Good morning, Tradeify Nation, and welcome to another edition of Tradeify TV. It is Wednesday, Hump Day, July 9th, 2025. It is 60 minutes before the New York opening bell, which means it's time for us to help you get ready for your trading day. We got the full crew back today. We are ready to rock for the next 4 hours. We've got guests, we've got giveaways, we've got everything that you love about Tradeify TV. Special shout out to all the new subscribers we have that came in over the last 24 hours. Super excited to see you, super excited to be with you. If it's your first day watching Tradeify TV, make sure you say hello in the chat and let us know it's your first day. But it is White Tea Wednesday, so let's pass it around the room. First to Mr. White Tea himself, Swiss Nick. Nick, what's going on, brother?
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, Miriam. I was just about to say, it's not just Happy Hump Day, it's also Happy White Tea Wednesday. Let's go,
You are
guys.
so happy we decided to make this a thing, aren't you?
Oh, dude, you can't even imagine how happy this makes me. But hey, I mean, you all look so good in white, so why wouldn't we do that, you know? Looking forward to this stream. It's going to be exciting. We have an exciting guest coming on, Amos. He's joining us later here for the stream. And also today, we are back with some giveaways. So it's going to be an exciting day. But as usual, let's kick this off with our one and only Machamame.
Thanks, guys. Welcome everyone to the stream. Hello to our new subscribers. Hello to our people who rock with us every single morning, our OGs. We are so glad that you are on with us today. It is early here in the West Coast. It is 5:30 in the morning, and we're ready to rock with you guys. I know I was gone yesterday, and I hope you held down the fort, made some good trades. So ready to get started here. It's Wednesday. We are in the middle of the week, so you guys know what to do. If you haven't already, please like this channel and subscribe to this channel. Share it with a friend, and make sure that you are ready to get on with us. Today, we have a special guest, as Nick mentioned. Today, we have Amos Trades. I'm super excited to interview him because he is a one hell of a trader. So, we're excited to get into it today. He is a Tradeify trader as well, so he'll be able to go over his trades and what he looks for and all that good stuff. So make sure you are tuned in for that. And yeah, let's get into it. So I know I kind of missed yesterday's action, but
you didn't miss much action yesterday. You really did.
It was still barcoding? Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
So what are we? I guess let's walk through the charts today then. I know I'm still working on my charts, but Matt, any sort of news that we should be looking for today?
So yeah, a lot going on in the news department, and I'm just now getting up my news feed here because it kind of glitched on me a few minutes ago. So give me just a second there. But basically, yesterday we had announcements on new tariffs for copper, 50% tariffs on copper. Anyone who was trading copper futures yesterday, you saw that ginormous spike in the futures. So we've got that going on. Apparently, for now, in the moment. Let's see what happens tomorrow. The final. Swear to God, this is the absolute final time. Tariff deadline is now August 1st. Check back on July 31st to see what actually happens. But and so there's apparently negotiations going on behind the scenes. We're basically reliving like March and April again. So yeah, a lot of yeah, you didn't miss much in terms of price action yesterday, Miriam, because there just wasn't a whole lot going on. Between all that, we have Fed minutes today, so not an FOMC meeting, but we have Fed minutes, which of course probably usually is much ado about nothing. I do think today, with all the political pressure, again, Trump called on Jerome Powell to resign yesterday. So if they choose not to, my guess is they're going to buckle and lower rates in July just to get him off their back a little bit. It's going to be an interesting couple of weeks here. Starting probably next week, I'll have to check the calendar. We get into the heart of earnings season as well. We're going to have CPI numbers in the next couple of weeks. We're going to have a Fed meeting at the end of the month. To be honest, Miriam, I say you didn't miss much, and today may be a little more of the same over the next couple of days as we move into next week and things get a little more exciting. Maybe all the big boys are taking their vacations this week coming off the American holiday. But we'll look at the charts individually here in just a second, guys. I'll start with GC and CL. I'll kick it to you guys for the indexes. So here in GC, I said yesterday I really would like GC to get down to about the 3270 level because it sets up for a nice breakdown or bounce off of prior resistance. As you can see here, we are just barcoding a little bit over these 1 hour candles. So not a lot of action there since this drop yesterday. That coincided with some of the other action in the market. CL, different story. CL is looking I'm looking for CL to break back out and make a run towards 69. We got to get above 68.50 first. But as you see, this is oil has been following a very consistent pattern. Move up, slight retracement, move up, slight retracement, move up, slight retracement. Any pattern in the markets works 100% of the time until it doesn't. So we got to continue to play these patterns as we see them. I'm predicting oil to be a great trader for the rest of calendar 2025. So it's something we're going to be breaking down on a little shorter time frames as things progress. But yeah, so far so good when it comes to those. The Russell, I like the Russell for a breakout move if the market stabilizes, because again, I think the large caps are, of course, the small and the mid caps have exposure to tariffs, et cetera, but one of the benefits of small and medium-sized businesses is they can be a lot more agile than the large businesses can. It takes Apple years to rearrange supply chains. Sometimes smaller companies that have a little more agility can do that in a matter of weeks or months. So that's what I'm going to be keeping an eye on if the tariffs continue to kind of wreak havoc on these markets. But as we sit here, we're basically kind of flat in the indexes. Nick, do you want to take a look at what's going on over there?
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, the overnight session again wasn't really exciting. We're actually still sitting in Monday's 15-minute opening range from the US session. I'll mark this out for you guys here. That was right here. We're sitting pretty much at the midpoint of Monday's session, or 50-minute opening range of that session. We had the exact same scenario yesterday, and then we didn't really move that much. I mean, since market open yesterday at 6 p.m. Eastern, we had about 110-point range. If you take everything into consideration that happened since then, we have our low here from the Asia session at 22,842. on NASDAQ, and then the high at 22,952, so about 110 points. I did take a couple trades, a couple range trades during the London session, so that was pretty nice, even though I do not really like trading the range, but I'll break those down later. However, one big thing that I also mentioned yesterday during the stream, I mean, we do have this downtrend line that started on the 3rd of July. I mentioned this multiple times yesterday, and we finally broke through that, retested it, and are now creeping higher. So I do expect that to hold, honestly, and I do expect that we are going to get a move to the upside, at least to the previous day high, and maybe if we can push through that, maybe even to the current year highs. I mean, who knows, right? But it's certainly possible based on that little breakout retest. But let's see. If we go to the downside, we obviously also have some very important levels here that you can already see on the chart. Of course, we have the daily open, but then we have the previous day mid. Again, a level that I mentioned a lot of times. Previous day mid tends to act as a very strong support. And then below that, we still have the monthly open sitting at 22,867. So honestly, me personally, even though I am usually a perma bear, I expect that we are going to go higher, but I mean, market can prove me wrong. I'm not trying to predict here. I just want to mention what I'm thinking right now. I'll break down my trades from the London session after, but before I do, Miriam, why don't you go over ES really quick?
Yeah, let's go. Okay, let's look at ES here, because ES, I actually like the chart a little bit more. Again, I've been talking about ES here for quite some time. Let me just zoom out of the NAS, or zoom into the ES chart here. So I'm looking at the 1 hour chart here on ES. You can see we have a few trend lines here so far. These are both 4 hour trend lines. These are going to be pretty strong trend lines to break. Right now, we are kind of flirting with this top trend line here. Now, I would look for a potential break of this area. Right now, we are holding this 283 level. Why is this 283 level significant? Because as you can see here from Wednesday, we had this overnight session on Wednesday, clear rejection here of that 283 level. Then we broke out of it with some decent volume. And then, obviously we came down and tested this area multiple times. We tested it here, we came down, obviously we broke it here, but then when we come back, we keep coming back and retesting this zone. So it's more of a zone, not like one specific price point. It's going to be the two, really where we're sitting right now, 283 to 286. So right now we are kind of flirting with the zone, and we are flirting with the trend line. So what I would be looking for is for us potentially to break this trend line to the upside and then test this 300 level on ES. Now we do have a supply zone, a 1 hour supply zone sitting at this 302 all the way up to about 310. I would probably take it up to 315. 315 is also going to be a significant level from Monday. That was Monday's high. So I would be looking for a potential reject of this area. I would look for 300 to be tested first. But right now we are sitting about 12 points, 13 points away from that zone. So I'd be looking for a potential break of this. If not, we could reject this trend line, come back down to this 4-hour demand zone, and then, you know, possibly see what we do here. So we kind of are in a range. I'm not going to say that I absolutely love what we have going on today. You know, and we do have obviously FOMC minutes, which typically don't do a lot, but we tend to see some choppiness happening on days like this. We also have something else going on here. I'm just going to draw this trend line here, but yeah. So, you know, on ES, I do like the price action a little bit better on ES in terms of how we respect these levels. So I've been talking about this for a while, and it's something that, you know, I would look to potentially trade. I think a 10-point move on ES is great. I mean, it's pretty significant to get a 10-point move on ES. You can get, you know, a really good, you know, profit from that. So I wouldn't be looking for anything massive, obviously, compared to the NASDAQ, where we're looking for a lot more volatility. You're not usually going to see that with ES, but it does make it for typically a smoother trading experience. And, you know, we're all junkies here, so we love trading NASDAQ. But, you know, I think on ES, if you are looking for a little bit more of a, you know, a nicer, cleaner move, I would look for this trend line to potentially break. Let me just go down to the 15-minute here. Yeah, we do have actually a beautiful trend line here. I'm going to remove this one. Let's look at this trend line here on the 15-minute. I do like this a lot because if we can break this trend line here on the 15-minute, we do have room, you know, below 282. We have room down to VWAP at 274. So I actually kind of like this for a potential retest, or I'm sorry, a test of this trend line and a break of this trend line. I probably wouldn't look to enter this until we can actually break this 279 level. The only problem with VWAP is it would probably be trailing a little bit higher. So the risk to reward might not be the best, but this is a nice trend line setting up. So if we can actually break this trend line, come back down to this 4-hour zone, possibly bounce from this area. We got VWAP, we got the 4-hour. If we do break these levels though, for whatever reason, if we do come down and break these levels, we have this trend line sitting here. Again, this is a 4-hour trend line, so it's going to be a pretty tough one to break. But if we can break this trend line, you know, we have room, guys. So, you know, we at least have below this 4-hour zone. I would be looking for, this is Monday's low. Monday had a pretty big range. So we had this high on Monday from 315 all the way down to this 246, call it 240, yeah, 246 area. And if we can, you know, if we can break down below these areas, then I think we have room at least to this 1-hour demand zone here. This is all the way from the 29th of June. So that's kind of what I'd be looking for. This is why I'm not like a fan of this, because whenever we're sitting in these zones, we tend to get choppiness, right? Not to say that there are no trades to take, but look, we're still in Monday's range, right, guys? I mean, we've been in Monday's range, I mean, literally all week. I know it's only Wednesday, but we kind of, yeah, we did a lot of chopping around yesterday. So again, I would look for a break out of this range to really solidify a move. Again, not to say that there aren't any trades. You can scalp. This is more probably a scalper's dream day. But again, I would really be wanting a break out of at least this trend line to the upside. You have room to the supply zone, or a break out of this 4-hour zone. Testing this trend line, you can probably maybe initiate a trade to the upside here. I would not expect this trend line to break very easily. So, you know, there could be a trade to be taken here to the upside, but, you know, I would take today a little bit more easy. I would not take your full position size today by any means. Again, just because we are in this range. And I know you just went over NASDAQ, Nick, but kind of similar situation with NASDAQ. I mean, we really still are in Monday's range. So again, guys, I wouldn't like really put on any massive trades today. You know, the minutes are coming out later today. We have the 10-year bond auction as well. And crude oil inventory is coming out. So we have some data coming out at 10 a.m. as well. So again, just make sure that you are positioned for the day and make sure that you are not, you know, trying to over trade. We are trying to test this trend line here though on the 15 minutes. Let's see if we can get a breakout out of this.
Yeah, that's basically the same trend line on ES, like we have it on NQ, but on NQ it's already broken. So I wonder what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, so who knows? I might trade ES today. But Yeah,
Oh,
not
come
much
on.
on
You're an
building on the
NQ
Nasdaq
junkie
either.
like the rest of us.
You know, I've been making Nasdaq my bitch for a minute, so I gotta
Nice time
start.
for yes.
You're expanding your harem, huh?
Yeah. I gotta expand my shooting range here.
Yeah.
There you go.
And probably Nick, background Nick is long again since like, I don't know, probably like the 840s or something. Like he was
Yeah.
yesterday.
Nick,
when
you
we
traded.
opened the stream yesterday, he was long from the 880s and he was already like 70 points in profit when we started the stream. So it's kind of funny.
Nick, any indication or news what happened at like what about 5 o'clock Eastern this morning? There's kind of a big pop on the NQ there. Were you trading that?
Me, I was actually done before that pop happened because as you know, I trade the London session from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. So pretty much I was done right before that. Actually, I can break down my trades here really quick during the London session. I'll make the charts a bit bigger. I took literally like I did trade what Miriam said, basically the scalper stream, just 3 range trades for 10 points each. That's how I saw the market today. Basically, I took this short here because we rejected the high, the 3 a.m. high, again at 350. And then once we had a candle close red, that's on the 1 minute, by the way. Once we had a candle close red below that rejection, I entered a position. From the beginning on, my target was 10 points. I didn't plan to move a stop or anything because I knew VWAP is right below here and we are in that range. Took that for 10 points. So we rejected VWAP, closed almost green on that 1 minute candle. Right away, jumped back into a long, rode that for another 10 points, and then took another 10 points. And when we rejected that exact same level again at 439. So for a total of 30 points. And again, I do not love trading ranges, but I also do not love when my setups cannot play out because the market is not going in any direction. So that's why I pivot to this strategy if that's the case. And maybe I will do that today too. I mean, I took a similar trade yesterday during the stream. And yeah, let's see if we get some setups like that. But I did not get the 5 a.m. push because as I said, my session ended right about 10 minutes before that push.
It's been kind of a tough market to trade in, guys. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. There's some days in the market where I'm like very much questioning my choice in career, but it's very difficult.
You're just now doing that?
Yeah, no, not just now. There are just days where I'm like, what am I doing? It's been really difficult, guys. It's been really difficult, and this is just one of those situations when we're stuck in ranges like this, right? Like you really got to take it easy. You really got to take it easy because, again, if you're not the type of trader to be trading ranges, right? Like you're the type of trader that likes breakouts or, retests and, there's just been a lot of fake outs lately. So this is one of those indications where if you are going to trade, that's okay, but just be careful and make sure you're positioned for it because on days like this where your strategy is not working, you have to set rules for yourself, whether it is a maximum daily loss that you're going to take, whatever it is that will help you stay in the game, because these past few days have been very, very difficult days to trade. And again, when you look at it, it's because we have been in a range, right? So any sort of range bound moves are going to be difficult if that's not your style of trading, which is why you have to make sure that you are positioned in a way where, yeah, you're not looking for those big swingers, right? We had some really nice moves last week, right? Like unfortunately, a lot of them happened like during the holiday when none of us were trading, but we did have a really nice move on the Wednesday of last week. And so those are the days where I remember this day too, because I told you guys, like, that's my day to trade. Those days that we had, like, for example, Wednesday of last week, this was Wednesday of last week. Okay. We very clear direction of movement, right? We had, this is a 45 minute, but it's so much nicer when you have direction, right? You have good price action, clean price action, and you feel more confident on days like that. And for me, that was one of those days where I was just chilling. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the day that I made a decent profit, but when we get days like that, that's when you feel it, right? You just have this intuition as a trader. You feel like you are just like killing every single entry, sniping every single move, and you are just, it's your day to shine, right? Days like this, when I look at days like this, I'm sorry, but there's nothing in here that is just like pulling me to excitement, right? I'm not looking at this like, hell yeah, like this is just my day, right? And I'm not saying there's nothing to take. There's absolutely trades to take. I mean, I kind of went through what I would be looking for, but my conviction on the day is not high. And when that's the case, you have to zoom out a little bit. You have to look at what we did in the previous week, what we did in the previous, even the last few weeks, right? And you can see, again, when we are stuck in a range right now and there's not any sort of, directional movement, like you have to look at that and say, all right, I'm just going to take it easy and I'm not going to, over leverage myself or try to force a trade. You guys hear us every single day looking at trades, and I can catch myself sometimes. And I know Nick and Matt have seen me do this where I'm like, I guess we can take this, or I guess this looks like a trade, but then I realize I'm trying to force myself into something, and those are not the sort of setups you want to get into. So we'll see what happens today. We'll see. These are the sort of plans that I'm looking for, which is, again, why it's so important to set a plan and make sure that you stick to it. Because when we talk about these trades, and I'm telling you guys, we come on here every single day and we give you our conviction on the day. I don't have high conviction on the day. Not to say that we can't get a nice move. I just don't have strong high conviction until we can break out of this range. And again, this range on the NASDAQ is sitting at that 23,000 level all the way down to this 22,780 level. Okay, so that's kind of the range that I'm looking at.
Yep, makes sense. Also, guys, if you haven't already, make sure you like that stream and you are subscribed to the channel, because today we are back with some juicy giveaways. All right, so I'm gonna set the first goal here for our first flash giveaway to reward all you early birds. We're currently sitting at 158 likes. Let's get this stream to at least, bare minimum, 270 likes, okay? 270. So if you haven't already, make sure to smash that like button, get to 270 likes, and then we are going to do a flash giveaway. Let's see. Matt, are you looking at something, or are you?
I'm getting something pulled up here. Just a second.
I was just about to say, it's like you look very focused right now.
I'm still waking up. It's fine. No, I wanted to pull up a chart of copper, so I'm pulling it up, but it's going to take a minute to backload the data, so we'll pull that up momentarily.
All right. We're coming back into that range low here, previous month high, currently on NASDAQ at the 22,935 level. This could be actually a nice area to take a long, not going to lie, if you're long biased for today.
I don't love this only because we are rejecting this trend line here on ES.
Fair point.
All right, so I got the copper chart up now. It's symbol HG, and I was looking in the CME. It's a COMEX one here. So if we want to pull this up real quick. So yeah, yesterday President Trump announced 50% tariffs on incoming copper. Again, I will fully admit this is a market I just don't know that much about, but the again, not the most exciting chart beforehand, but then we spiked up basically from about $5 up to about 568. So it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider the percentage move, that's huge. Found support here at about 544. And then rallied back up. So this is kind of about the 1/3 to 1/2 retracement level if you're a fib fan. But this will be something to keep an eye on. And maybe if you're looking for a new ticker symbol to watch, this could be a fun one. It's a 15-minute chart I have up here. Again, if you don't have COMEX data, you're not going to be able to pull this up. But this is this could be something we look at throughout the day, guys, because it could be a little more interesting. I don't think I have that on my trading view, so we'll have to kind of keep an eye here on Sierra. But guys, it is one of those things that as a futures trader, you should be consistently expanding what you're looking at, even if you're not actively trading it. So you want to start with the ES, the NQ, that's fine. Again, expand to the Russell, GC, CL. I traded all of them over the years, even though really the last 2 or 3 years it's been a lot of the indexes because they've been runners, right? But if we're going to get into some consolidation, some areas on the indexes where we're just not going to move a whole lot, or just be very choppy like we were yesterday, it can always help to expand your repertoire a little bit and look at some other things. Okay, so hold on, I got to get other stuff pulled up here. All right, guys. So trying to think of the right way to phrase this. So we go into the markets, guys, with a bias, with a plan. And of course, is the famous Mike Tyson quote, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And the markets have been doing that quite a bit over the course of the past few weeks. But I guess, Nick, this will probably be a question for you, since you trade some of the overnights a little more. If we're going into the markets expecting maybe not the best price action, slower moving price action, a little choppy price action, what sort of mental steps do you take going into the day to help prepare yourself for that?
It depends on what I see when I open the charts. Because the first thing I do is I open the charts and I look at, okay, what did happen during the Asian session? Because I do trade London, right? I do not trade Asia at all. So if I see that we are ranging, if I see that we are not having a clear move, usually I'm just telling myself, okay, I'm probably not gonna get a setup today. And that's just the reality of it. And I'm just gonna, chill and hang out during the session. And for me, when I'm in a session where the market doesn't really move, when I'm still just trading Nasdaq, like I'm not trading other instruments. I will in the future, most likely, after I talked to Coach Tank yesterday. But if we are in a session where price is just moving slow, we're not really going anywhere, I just try to occupy my brain with other stuff, meaning I have the charts open, but then I go do something else. I might go out, do some chores, or I clean up my office, or whatever I can think of, just to occupy my mind. And every 5 to 10 minutes, I look at the charts and see, hey, was there anything happening in between now and 10 minutes ago? But at the end of the day, it's just going in with the mindset of not expecting to take a trade. That really helps me to then just stay patient. Because if you lose that patience and you try to force a trade, even though there are no setups present, well, you're gonna pretty much shoot yourself in the head every single time.
Yeah.
How about you?
Well, again, for me, it's more of an attitude of, and again, obviously, for the first 3 hours of the market open, we're here, right? We are watching moment by moment, candle by candle. But in general, on days like that, I'm going to have other stuff going on, right? Like I'm going to pull up something on another monitor. Maybe I'll pull up a game of Madden and just, after I set alerts on, again, if we're range bound, I'll set alert for breakouts above +1 or -1 standard deviation on the indexes. And then again, for all of our gripes with TradingView in terms of the actual trading, I love TradingView's simplicity with their charts and the ability to set alerts that get pushed to your phone, and the alerts happen. I think I timed it up to about a second after the break, so it's almost in real time. So that's what I'll do, because I've been very open and upfront on this show that I have a history of talking myself into trades, even recently. Now, again, thankfully, my trade management is such, I'm not, like you saw yesterday, I'll take a paper cut or two here and there. I'm not going to take 100 of them. But for me, if I get hyper focused on the charts, I'm going to make a trade. I'm going to talk myself into something or see something that's not there. So for me, it's important to just, set those alerts, take my attention elsewhere, check the charts every 10 to 15 minutes, as opposed to, especially those of you that use 1 or 2 minute candles. If you're hanging on every bump of every candle, you're going to find something eventually, and it's not going to be a high quality setup. So this is one of those that I will just kind of set my alerts, check the charts. Alerts don't go off. I'll check them every 10, 15 minutes. But other than that, my attention needs to be elsewhere, or I'm just going to be in position to lose money.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. I mean, the alert function is such an underrated function of TradingView. Actually, it's helps you prevent yourself from shooting yourself in the head. Basically, that's what it does. Miriam, how do you go into these days where you don't really expect to get a setup? You don't really have high conviction on the day. You don't really have a clear bias.
Yeah, I mean. It's like I said, it's a lot easier to convince yourself to take a trade on days like this. And that's where you just have to zoom out and remember what it's like trading really, really great days where you do have that conviction, right? Like everyone knows this. Everyone knows the feeling of trading a day where you feel good about it, right? Like call it intuition, call it whatever it is, right? Like at least for me, you know, as someone who's been trading for like 5 years, right? I've been trading almost 6 years now, but you know, you start to develop this sort of like intuition and feel for the market. And there are certain days where you you don't have like that strong, yes, like this is going to be, you know, a good solid setup sort of day. Those are one of those days for me. So when I look at days like this, again, I look at my position size, right? I look at my position size and I say, all right, if I am going to take a trade today, I don't want to take a big loss, because the worst thing is like going into a day like this and then you already don't have the strongest conviction, right? And then you end up taking a trade, taking a loss on it, and it's your full position size. Why? For what? Right? Save those sort of trades for the days that you do feel strong conviction, because on a day like this where you do lose money, you don't want to be losing a lot. So for me, my position size is number one, right? I'm going to be looking for position size. Number two, staying extra patient, right? For me, on a day like this, I'll probably be waiting for the first 15 minutes of the market to open. You know, like I said, these are the sort of trend lines and levels that I'm looking at. Even if you do have a setup, you got to look at your risk to reward, right? I told you guys, like, this setup for me on ES, you know, it could potentially be a good setup, right? Even if I took like, you know, a break of this trend line, right? And then, you know, entered on this 283 level, you know, with a stop above, you know, a couple points or whatever. It's like, all right, well, where's my target, right? My target, I want at least 10 points on ES. So when I look at a day like this, I'm like, all right, will I get 10 points out of this? Will it make sense for me to get 10 points out of this? And if the answer is yes, then yeah, I'll take the trade with very, very small size. When I talk about small size, I'm probably talking like a third or, you know, at most half my position size. So, you know, it's for me, I'm looking at my position size. I'm looking at the risk. I'm just staying extra patient. I want to wait for this first 15 minutes of the market to open. And I think trading with you guys is also helpful too, because we all see the same thing, but we're analyzing it differently. And I think it's really nice, you know, I don't have book maps up actually right now. I need to open it, but when I'm looking at these levels on book maps and I'm looking at how ES and NASDAQ are in sync with each other, that kind of helps my conviction a little bit. Again, we can have a completely different day today, right? We can have something that just it's either skyrockets from the open or just drops from the open. We have a nice trend day. Trend days are what I look for, but we don't know, right? As far as it stands right now, I told you guys the range that we're sitting in is not convincing. And until we break out of this range, I think we're just going to continue having this choppiness. So again, it's not to say that there's no trades to take. I just look at my position size and just size accordingly for that. So
Fair enough.
right now on book maps, let me just look real quick.
I did actually take that long that I mentioned before during the pre-market wake up. Have my entry at 22,938. I'm looking to reach 22,954. I'm in with one mini, and I have my stop at 22,929.50 on NQ.
Let's go. What's your target on this?
22,954. Just it's a pretty small move, just 16 points. But that's one of those range trades that I mentioned right before. So yeah, let's see where it takes us.
Let's do it. All right. Well, Nick is in a long. We got our guest gearing up here in the background, ready to go in a bit here. But I want to know. I mean, I guess it kind of looks like the market bias today is to the highs.
Looks like it.
Kind of seems like it was a little bit different from yesterday. I don't know. I wasn't here yesterday, so I don't know. But interesting to see that we are, we're shooting for the highs here today, and I hope we do. I hope we get the highs here because I think we do need this break to the upside. Yeah.
Actually, before we bring our guest on, I do want to do this flash giveaway because I said we're gonna do it once you're at 270 likes. So I'm gonna drop the keyword shortly here, guys. As you know, as usual, we're gonna have the same rules. Okay. You have to make sure that you have liked the stream. You have to make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. And then once I do drop the keyword, you only type it once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, because you are going to get disqualified by the bot. That's what's going to happen. So I'm gonna drop it in a second here. I just need to confirm something really quick with Drew, and my trade almost is hitting TP here.
Let's go. Give it up for Nick. First trade of the day.
Well, it's not finished. It's not over until it's over. But I am moving my stop break even on this because I'm not gonna, gonna miss my TP by a tick and then get stopped out on my full stop.
Welcome to
That would be
Oh,
awful.
come on. That never happens.
yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, so in honor of our guest that we're gonna have on, as I said, we're gonna first do our giveaway, but we're gonna combine it. As you can guess, the keyword is AMAS, AMAS. Drop it in the chat for two 50K growth accounts, actually. And with that, let's actually intro our guest, AMAS. Welcome to Tradeify TV. I've seen your stuff on Twitter, and I'm excited to talk to you. So let's bring him on, Drew. There he is.
There he is.
Amaz.
Morning,
Hi.
Good morning.
How are you
How you
doing?
doing?
Welcome.
What's up,
How
guys?
are you?
Good. What about you?
We're good. We are happy to have you on. We know that you are one hell of a trader, so we're super excited to interview you today and get
Thank
into
you.
it. So yeah, I guess I mean, welcome to the show. I know that you are a Tradeify trader as well. So kind of give us a little bit about who you are, what you trade, and how you trade. How long you've been a trader for? How you got into it?
All right. So my name is Amos. I've been trading for around 3 years now. Been full-time for 2 years, and I've been trading ICT. I'm more of a low RR scalper. I trade NQ and ES futures, and I'm more of the statistical backtesting approach guy. And yeah, that's it.
Wow,
Nice.
statistical back testing. Okay.
Yeah.
I've actually seen your stuff on Twitter, Amas. I've watched some of your content, and you know what? Actually, TP hit, guys. Just a little update here.
Yay!
But
Congrats.
you know what really fascinates me when I watch your content is you are extremely calm when you trade. At least that's what it seems like from the outside. I don't know what's going on in your head, but in your videos, you're extremely calm, and I love to see that. So, can you walk us through that? Is it really like it seems, or are you going a little bit crazy sometimes internally?
To be completely honest, sometimes it is hard to manage your psychology and emotions. But I think, when you have so much data about your strategy and your edge, you start to feel confident. And when you're in a position, you know that in a series of 100 to 100 trades, you will be profitable. So that keeps me, pretty calm in those trades. Yeah, I would say.
Nice. That's good. So where did you learn how to trade ICT? Like, did you just, go through the good old YouTube spiel, or how did you learn it?
I learned it from a lot of sources. Basically, I looked at ICT videos at first. Then I saw a lot of YouTubers doing, 10-minute videos here and there. So I learned a lot of different concepts, and then I, built my own strategy off of ICT concepts. So I consider myself an ICT trader, but my system, I built it with my brother, basically. So yeah.
Okay, interesting. So do you do some sort of a variation of ICT?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I use ICT concepts for my entry models, but the way that I frame my trade is different. I use candle closes and candle openings to see where price is most likely going to go on the higher time frame.
Got it. Okay. And what time frames do you usually trade?
I trade, my entries are on the 1 to 5 minute chart, and I look at the 1 hour and the 15 minute to frame my, the higher time frame bias.
Okay, interesting.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm curious because it seems like you're pretty analytical with your trades, and I mean, you mentioned how you like to use statistics. What is your background?
Background in what do you mean in background?
Like, did you come from like an engineering background or mathematical background?
Yeah, my background, I went to a business school, so in Montreal, but in finance, but not really anything with statistics, just finance basically.
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Very interesting.
One of the top business schools in Montreal. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I'm
Also-
really glad to hear that, because I preach on this show constantly about treating your trading as a business, right? Having a budget, having a plan for every aspect of what you do. What sort of parallels have you noticed between some of the concepts and some of the sort of overarching ideas that you learned in business school that applies to trading?
I would say That's a really good question.
I'm sorry to catch you off guard with it.
You really caught me off guard.
It's a 4-hour show. Take all the time you want.
Yeah. Yeah, I to be honest, in school, what I really learned is to have, a methodical approach. And basically, when you study the chart, it looks a little bit like school. A lot of people don't see trading, as something with a lot of theory and stuff, but I do see it like this. I really believe that to be good at trading and to have that skill set, you cannot cheat this game. You need to have, a methodical approach. You need to know exactly what you're doing, the timing of your entries. You need to have, let's say, a folder. This is what I have, a folder of where I put all my losers in, let's say, the last 5 years of data. Where was, let's say, the area where I got stopped out, the area where I should have went and hit my target, but I didn't, etc., etc. So basically, what I learned in school is that if you have a methodical approach, if you know how to study the chart, you could see some success, and that's basically what I learned from it.
All right, nice. Also, because we don't want to leave the chat hanging, obviously, let's pull up this giveaway really quick and see who won the 250K growth accounts. Obviously, we're going to have 2 winners. So Drew, if you have that ready and you can pull it up, and then we're going to go right back to interviewing Amas, obviously. So Drew, feel free to press that button whenever you feel like it. All right, we have our first winner. Steve Miller, 1958, won a 50K growth account. Congrats. Make sure to type something in the chat really quick to claim. And let's get our second winner. That will be, wait, I can barely read that. Gera RSL. Congratulations. You also won a 50K growth account. Make sure to type something in the chat really quick so we can actually see that you're there. And then both of you guys, please add your email addresses to your YouTube channel description so we can reach out to you and send you your codes, all right?
Nice. Congratulations, guys.
Still waiting for that first payout from a giveaway account, guys. We want to see it. I know a couple of you are close.
Yeah,
a couple of you are close. We want
getting really close.
To happen.
They're getting really close.
So, Amas, I want to ask you, since we're about 15 minutes before the New York Open here, what does your morning routine look like? First of all, what time zone are you in, just so I frame a reference?
I'm on EST, so
okay.
Yeah, Eastern Standard Time.
So 9:30 market open, so hour before the market, so 8:30 Eastern Time leading into the Open. Are you trading during this time, or are you just kind of prepping for the New York session?
Basically, I don't trade, typically from, let's say, 9:30 to 11, like most people. I have, let's say, an exact timing that I look for a trade. So for me, I look for a trade from the last 10 and first 10 of every single hour, basically because this is a concept that ICT taught us, which is macros. And macros are like areas, like moments in the chart where you will see increase in liquidity in the market. And this is where I try to find quick scalps, so one-to-one risk to reward scalps and consistent base hits, basically.
Awesome.
Matt is just like, all right.
yeah. No, I'm processing. Yeah, that's a very interesting concept in the timing on trades. I think you've done. I'm not familiar with ICT concepts. We've had a few ICT traders on the show, but it's very interesting the specific time windows that you're looking to trade on. I'm assuming that's something you talked about, the analytics and back testing. I'm assuming that's something that you've noticed an edge in your back testing.
Yeah, for sure. So basically, I can show you guys like with my screen. Do you guys see my screen?
Yeah, we can switch
to pull it up, but there we go.
There it is.
Okay, so basically, I'm gonna show you guys. So the basis of like ICT is understanding what a candle actually is. So let's say here I have a bullish candle, and the methodical approach that I took is understanding when does the up wicks and the down wicks form on the 1 hour chart. So basically, if you find, let's say, this 1 hour candle, one of the best quotes I've ever heard was wicks do the damage, body tells the story. So if wicks do the damage, body tells the story, it means that the wicks are rejections and bodies are basically the buyers or the sellers that won the battle. So let's say here, if I have this candle as being my 1 hour chart, I could go down on the 1 minute chart and see what time does that down wick form in a day and that up wick formed in a day, and what actually happened when we open. So let's say we open right here. What we usually see in the AM session is accumulation at first, then we manipulate to create the down wick, let's say, of a bullish candle, then we flip above the opening price, we create the up wick, and then we close. And then let's say if you find the statistic of, let's say from 9 a.m. to 11 or to 12, how many bullish candles distributed exactly like this, so we open, low, high, close, you can find an edge, let's say, even by waiting for the close of that candle, or anticipating that this down wick will form. So that's basically the edge here between, like, an ICT concept is understanding a higher time frame candle and how to position yourself inside this up wick or this down wick of that higher time frame candle. We know that the higher time frame is what drives the market, and if you can basically just anticipate one candle in the chart, so you have your levels, let's say you have your levels marked out, previous daily high, previous weekly high, overnight high, a lot of people use those. If you can predict one candle and you know the statistic of if that candle went for a open high low close or a open low high close, then you can position yourself inside the higher time frame wick, or inside this distribution. So that's really the edge there.
Interesting. It's always interesting to see ICT traders, because the approach is so different, yet again it works. And we're saying this all the time, like, you can use any strategy basically and be profitable with it as long as you master the mental game. So how did you master the mental game? Like, how do you make sure that you're 100% fully there every single day? Because this is a job where you have to be mentally ready, or you're gonna fuck up very likely. So how do you handle that?
To be honest, I think having a good psychology comes down to having no expectations. What usually kills traders is thinking that trading is linear, which means that you will make money. Let's say you make money 3 months in a row, then you will keep making money that whole year, but that doesn't mean that you will do so. Basically, in trading, what I think is the markets are forever changing, and you need to adapt. Let's say either your entry model or your entries, or let's say just your framework overall to the changing market conditions. So you cannot be, let's say, too confident. You need to be, stay humble and have no kind of, you cannot think that you're going to make money the whole year. You need to stay humble, and you need to say to yourself that whatever happens, you have no expectations on the market, and you just keep trading and follow your plan. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, that is easier said than done, I think, right? Do you ever catch yourself still, maybe getting greedy, maybe, not being as humble as you should be, in a situation where you're like, damn, what did I just do?
Of course, it happens. It happens sometimes, but usually this happens after a payout. Like you get overconfident. You feel like you're the best trader in the world, and then you get humbled immediately. So yeah.
I think it's a profession where you do get humbled. If you're cocky, well, it's not going to last long.
Absolutely.
That's amazing. So you've only been trading for, you said, 3 years?
3 years, yeah.
3 years. How did you get into it?
Just friends in school, actually. In university, in Montreal, I had a friend that was trading with prop firms, actually, in the CFD world, and then he introduced me to trading, and then I fell in love with it immediately.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
I'm laughing here because of the chat. Sam in the chat said, PPDS, post payout degen syndrome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It does happen to a lot of people, though.
Yeah. What did you struggle with when you first started then? Because 3 years in the trading world is still like infancy stages. So
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
will tell you this. Basically, with me, as the I struggled with edge in the beginning. So for me, like of course, I get the idea that psychology, you can make money with every strategy, let's say, and you need to have good psychology and stuff. But I truly believe in, like, deep down inside me, that psychology is overrated. I have this take because I think that if you teach someone, let's say, a good edge, I think it's he can reproduce it. He can, make money out of it. And one thing that I really struggled with it in the beginning was edge. So I had good psychology. I was following my plan, but I couldn't make any money. So I was like, I don't think I'm the problem here. I think I just don't understand. I don't have the skill yet, And as soon as I understood that, and I sat down with my brother, and I decided to, dig super deep into the charts. You can have a simple strategy and a simple framework. It doesn't mean that it needs to be complicated, but you need to understand all the in and outs of your own strategy. That's really about it. That's my take on it. So I struggled with edge, but like you said, I'm like kind of a baby in the trading world because I've been trading only for 3 years. But the thing is I'm so young that I had the chance of, trading full time since the beginning, so like I had access to 13 hours every single day of chart screen time, which, let's say, if you're like 35 years old and you have a family, it's really hard to put in that much chart time compared to someone who's really young. So that's basically, like, my 3 years could be someone else's 10 or 5, let's say.
Yeah. No, what a blessing. I mean, that is very much.
That's a blessing for sure.
Yeah, it very much is chart time. I mean, we hear of traders like you all the time that, haven't been spending a lot of time, technically years wise, right, in the markets. And there have been traders that have spent, a decade or even longer, and they're still not at a point where they're, really, really where they want to be. And, it just goes to show, like, everyone's going to be different in their own journey and their own, way of going about this. And it's good. I like what you brought up too. And I know we have about less than 5 minutes here until the market opens, but I like what you brought up in terms of the psychology aspect, because sometimes, yeah, you're right. Sometimes it's not. We do put a lot of emphasis on psychology, and it does stand. But I think there is an important aspect to noting that, it's not always the psychology, right? Like, to your point, yes, you had that part down, and it was good that you could acknowledge that and say, like, you know what, I am a disciplined trader. I am someone who is sticking to my rules. It's just something here is not working. And it's probably not the fact that, I am getting too greedy, or I am not, entering at good areas, or whatever the case may be, but, acknowledging, like, hey, it might just be my strategy. Which is, that's also a very important part. We talk about psychology, but we don't talk about how important it is to just have an edge first, right? Your edge is going to be really what dictates how you even, you start making money, but then the psychology is what keeps you consistent.
Absolutely.
So, that's a good point. I like how you brought that up. So I'm excited to get into this today. So I guess I want to transition to, because I know we have a little bit here until the market opens. What would you be looking at on a setup for today? Anything that kind of catches your eye?
All right. So basically, what I do in the first, I always have like one setup that I trade in the AM session. Let's say in the opening drive. So I would wait for that first 30 minutes to print. So which is like the initial, basically like the first part of the initial balance. So first 30 minutes, and if we break to the upside and it's one directional move, let's say we push up here on this candle, and we do break above this buy side liquidity level, which is just this high. If we break above this high on this candle, and this candle tells me that we are bullish, I will try to take a continuation play on the pullback. Okay, straight up, just like this. This is my, let's say, my opening drive kind of trade. If I don't see it, if I see, let's say, this candle rejecting those highs and wicking, I don't want to engage in continuations. I don't like when I don't see candle closures above highs, to target for a continuation. I really want to see that candle close above this liquidity pool, and then I will take a pullback play towards the upside on the first 30 minutes of the hour for sure.
Awesome. Great. And I like that you mentioned that level as well. That is like really the beginning of my supply zone as well. So yeah, let's see what we get here. I know Nick took a trade, a banger trade this morning to get us all started. So yeah, I love that. I love that you wait for the first 30 minutes. You're not just jumping right into it. You're waiting for the market to choose where it wants to go. So I'm here for it. I'm here with it, you know, with you. So let's see what we get here in about less than 3 minutes here.
Yeah, we can't wait for Matt's ding ding.
Nice tradition. Nice tradition. I'm gonna have to get that on recording for the couple days I'm out at the end of August for the wedding.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to push it. Well, we'll get our stream decks and everything set up by then. So
yeah, definitely. That is on our to-do list since such a long time. So
yeah.
All right, we are 1 minute from the open here, guys. So hopefully everybody's locked in and ready to go. I will say, and once we get past the open, Amos, we'll kick it to you to talk about what you're seeing, whatever. I love that, you know, we've had a number of traders on that have learned in some cases, early 20s, right? And I would argue I mean, obviously it's a really good thing, but it's like I don't think you've had time to develop the bad habits yet, right? You know, we bring so much emotional baggage into our trading, and it's not always negative. Some of it is positive as well, especially those that maybe have run a business in the past or understand the, you know, kind of the value of really putting in the hours and the hard work. But I love that it's unfortunate, I'm dating myself a little bit, that level of technology didn't exist when I was in college. People didn't come to my room to teach me how to trade. They came into my room and say, hey man, drink this, it goes bad tomorrow. So, you know, it's all right, guys.
That's
so ding, ding, motherfuckers. We got another day.
Ooh.
Let's get after it.
there it goes.
What a push. Right into the supply zone. Wow.
I would love to still be in that long, not gonna lie. my
I feel
entry
it.
my entry was at 22,938.
Wow, what a
that would have been
move.
juicy.
Right into 23,000 here.
We are pushing for those highs. Important level there at 23K, obviously, psychological level.
See what we got here. Expecting some resistance here, but let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, NVIDIA strong out of the gate this morning. I was looking up Tesla because we've been keeping an eye on that for a bit. Come on, pull up. Tesla basically flat right now, still hovering a little below that 300 level. As far as movers go at the open here, guys, at least as far as the big boys, Boeing up 2.7, NVIDIA 1.4, Microsoft up 0.8, Amazon up 0.75%, Alibaba down 3%. That's sort of the newsworthy stock so far.
See if we can hold this 3,000 area, 23,000 area.
$23K is a very important level.
Yeah, we're gonna fight there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we did already on the 6th of July and also on the 7th of July. Try to break through that. So let's see if we can get it today.
Coming into the supply zone here on ES as well. Let's see what we do here. NASDAQ's super strong.
Amas, you're sitting out the first 30 minutes full, right?
Yeah.
And do you already mark out levels during that, like on the lower time frames, or do you just watch how it's moving?
I watch how that candle will close, basically. If it does close bullish above all those, all those highs and that liquidity pool right here, we should go back towards the most recent high that was created statistically. So let's say here we break. And then let's say this high would be formed on like 51, 52. We pull back. I would expect that level to hold in order to create a new high, because a brand new candle will open on the higher time frame. So we should see price going higher to sweep that liquidity pool to then have enough fuel to go to the upside or to the downside.
Makes sense. So patience game for you. By the way, you also were at the New York trader meetup that Tradeify did. How did you like that? How was it?
Man, I asked Brett if you guys were gonna be there, but he told me not. It was insane, actually. It was really, really nice meeting Brett, Vinny, Dan, everyone in the team. Also, we did like a small like kind of podcast with Brett also, which was really cool. It was a really fun night, and hopefully we're gonna do this pretty often.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we will, I think. And we're gonna join too the next time.
Hopefully, I want to see you guys there.
I know, we want to meet you as well, and everyone else.
For sure.
So we'll hopefully do more of these. All right, let's see if we get a little bit of a rejection, possible rejection here. Still strong. We're still strong out of the gate, but I would expect somewhat of a pullback here. These volume bubbles are pretty strong on Bookmaps though too. So, and I don't see too many sellers up until 23.050. So let's see what we get.
Let's see.
I would have liked to see a pullback back to this 23,000 area, but not really.
So far, nothing. Like the 1 minute chart is all green, every single candle.
Mm-hmm.
We did this yesterday too, though. We made some moves at the open, and we kind of found an equilibrium pretty early on in the day, and didn't really stray too far away from it, with the exception of kind of that quick pop and drop off some of Trump's comments. Not seeing anything on the news feed this morning, at least not yet. This is about the time that we start seeing news from Washington. So if something pops up, I will let you guys know.
Mm-hmm. We just keep pumping this.
Yeah, next target's going to be 23.050, and then I mean we have room to up to Monday's highs, which is 23.100. I'm sorry, Thursday. This is Thursday from last Thursday, July 3rd. July 3rd was 23.10250 about.
Yep.
So let's see what we get.
Yeah, as we said during pre-market, I mean, technically we could go to the all-time highs today, but let's see if it's going to happen.
Let's see if we get a rejection here, because we got a nice top wick on that last 1 minute candle.
True.
23.040. ES also trying to reject the supply zone, sitting at 63. It's technically 6,300. So let's see.
Yeah, but today NQ is way stronger than ES. I mean, ES is also super strong, but in comparison to the last couple trading sessions, we usually had the opposite.
Yeah.
ES is approaching the weekly open here, sitting at 6,307.75.
So before we forget later on, Amos, tell everyone where they can find you.
You guys can find me on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok at AmosPFT, and on Twitter, Sten4PF.
All right, we're going to put that in the chat here. It's also pinned, guys, at the top of the chat. You can find Amos YouTube. And I think there you have everything else linked as well, right?
No, I have.
You should.
I only have my Tradeify and I think my Discord, but.
All right, fair enough. But I mean, if they search for Amos, they will
possibly, yeah. Possibly, yeah.
You just got a sub from Sean Campbell.
Appreciate you.
And from M. Nice.
All right, let's see what we get. Yeah, whenever we get a move like this, it's like I said, guys, it's really hard not to try to chase this, but Now, at the same time, you want to see a pullback, right? Like we haven't really gotten any decent pullbacks here, at least for me, that I would be looking to potentially enter for a long. But yeah, it's tough to get in on a trade like this, especially when you see a move that's pretty significant from the gate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Miriam, I'm seeing. I yesterday I told him I jumped on Bookmap with the July 4th sale. If you're seeing a small order up there at 23,100. Now it's not. I'm showing 77 on the board right now. That's not significant enough to push price action up there, but it is interesting when one of those pops up. And I found over the years with this, when orders pop up well outside of price action, the longer they stay, the more likely they are to be filled. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen anytime soon or even at all, right? Like we may pull all the way back to 23,000 or even below, and then maybe we find our way up there in the afternoon. But I've always noticed that those orders, they tend to be somebody that knows something, especially if they start to stack. If you see 77, which just turned to 85 as I was talking, it's going to be interesting here. So we'll see kind of what happens with this. But it again, just worth noting, not anything actionable yet.
Yeah, it is really interesting. I mean, we are getting these really big buying bubbles that are coming in on Bookmaps as well. This 23,045. There were some orders at 23,050 that I was looking at. Now they're at, they're kind of stacking at 60. And I see some levels that we would still need to break, but yeah, that 23,100 is going to be a marker that I think we try to at least come up to today, just based off the candles that we're getting here on at least the 2-minute, which is what I look for to enter on trades. But we're not getting any decent pullbacks here, guys. So I'm unfortunately going to just have to let this go without me. But I would like to see a pullback at least to this 23,025 area to potentially get long, but I don't know if we'll get it.
Yeah, so far you could have literally just, like, if somebody's in that position, you could have literally trailed with the 1-minute candles and you would still be in it.
Yeah.
Until now it would have stopped you.
Now we're getting that pullback. Yep.
Yeah, let's see. This 23,050 sellers were sitting there, so let's see. Let's see what we got.
I will say, if the buyers take back control here and push it to another high, I think 2,300 on 100 is on deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, so are you always wait for the first 30 minutes? Has that always been a thing, or is there any time that you would take a trade in the first 30 minutes?
I could take a trade, but I would need like at least a 15-minute confirmation that tells me the price. Let's say basically there's two kind of ways I trade. There's like bigger picture plays, and there is quick scalps. So on days where I'm not sure of the bias, I just rely on quick scalps, and on days where I know exactly if I'm bullish or bearish, then I would take a play on the 5-minute and have a bigger stop loss. So in this case, like, I could take a quick scalp based on the 15-minute, but right now I don't see anything.
How big of a move is a quick scalp for you? How many points?
I would say on NQ it would be like 12 points.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And how much are you going for when you go for a bigger move?
25 to 30 basically, yeah.
Okay, got it. So you
my entry,
very similar to me then.
My entry, let's say if it's on the 15-minute, I look at a 1-minute chart. And if my entry is based on a 1-hour framework, then I would look at the 5-minute.
Got it. That's nice.
I want to see a potential long entry here. Just these pullbacks are really, really quick.
They are. They don't really happen even.
I know. I'm looking at the 1-minute too on my other chart. So yeah, really quick pullback that we got here. Now bulls are strong today. Bulls are really strong. I'll give them that. We got the first 15 minutes about to close here in 3 minutes or so.
That is a big opening range.
Quite the opening range, yes.
Yeah, we haven't seen one of those in a while.
Yeah.
It's good.
But it's crazy. Like we're almost 15 minutes in, and we have one single red candle on the 1 minute.
On the 1 minute, yeah.
That's crazy. I
That
haven't
is
seen
pretty
that
crazy.
for a very long time.
It is pretty wild, yeah. I'm trying to be extra patient on this. This is where I'm looking to potentially.
It does feel like one of those, like we could very easily continue up, maybe take out 100, or we could pull back. But I have a feeling that if we pull back, especially if it's a 30, 40 point pullback, it's going to come quickly. Like they may rug pull very quickly to run some stops.
Yeah, I agree. Just trying to stay patient. See, not a lot of levels. I see 23,050 as holding for buyers, and then 23,040, and then 23,030. So pretty much every like 10-point move. Let's see here.
I mean, it's crazy. Nvidia right now is up 2.5%. That's nuts.
Amos, I know you said you trade both ES and NASDAQ. How do you determine which one to trade every single day?
Basically, I usually trade NQ, but I look at ES for divergence. So I know that those pairs are correlated, so they should act the same. And as soon as I see that ES, let's say, creates a higher high when NQ creates a lower high, then I know that it's a possible reversal, confirmation. So I would either get out of my position or try to anticipate a reversal. So I would try to trade the pair that is, let's say I would try to short the pair that looks the weakest and long the pair that looks the strongest.
Awesome. Okay, well, I did just enter along here. I'm in 2 minis on the 23,064 entry. I'm taking this in my Tradeify live account. So let's see what we get here. Targeting that 100 level. So I'm going to set my stop to, actually, let me see if I can share my screen here, Drew, because it's not going to show up on my charts here. I'm going to close out my screen real quick and I'll reshare.
Did you take that off that 9 EMA bounce on the 1 minute?
Well, I entered the opening range breakout.
Oh, fair enough. Well, yeah, that has closed. That has closed.
That strategy is pretty good. Opening range breakout. I like that.
And you're getting a few orders stacking up at 100 to 105. What was like 70 is now about well over 100. So I have a feeling we're going to get there now. Do we need to load up some more buyers or some more, get some more sellers up there? But it's looking pretty good for a run up to 100.
I just sold one. I'm going to move my next one to break even. So I'm at 60. I'm going to move it to 67. My target is 100 though. So if you want to show my screens here.
Very nice.
So I got about 20 points out of that initial move. Sitting in 1 mini.
Hey, we also got
Brett. I'm actually not going to overstay my welcome on this. So I'm going to set it to 70. But my target is going to be, I'm going to move it to 97.
Nice. Yeah, we also got Brett in the house. Good morning, Brett.
The boss man.
Boss man tuning in for Amos to take some fire trades.
Nice. Ooh, I see some sellers sitting at 95.
Yeah, we have the current year high at 102. 102.50.
RH, my risk on this trade would have been about 10 points. It moved so quickly out of that opening range breakout. So this is what I was looking for. I was looking for this candle right here to break out. This was the 643 candle. And essentially when I'm looking for the opening range, I'm looking for the first 15 minutes of the open. And so whatever the highs and the lows were, I'm looking for a breakout of that area. So you guys can see this was the highest candle at 6:43 West Coast time, guys. So this is 9:43 Eastern, but I was looking for this candle to break out, and you can see my entry was right at that breakout. So really my risk wasn't, I didn't even have a drawdown on this trade, but I quickly took my profit off at 81.75. So I just moved my stop to 71. So I'm about like 7 points in the win. What I like to do on these sort of trades too is I like to kind of look at the price action and start moving my stop. I might even actually start moving and trailing my take profit zone as well, because if we start blasting through these 23,100, who knows, right? Like we have room. I mean, on book maps we don't really have a lot of room on the charts here because we don't really see them, but on book maps we have some room, above that, and I don't really see any sellers setting up as far as now goes. So we'll see what we get. Right now VWAP on the 1 minute, I have this purple line, as you can see here. The 1 minute is sitting at 68. So really, if I wanted to, I could kind of move my my level here that I have, this not break even, but this stop level to below that, because typically what they do is they come down and start to try to break these levels. But right now both are they're holding up, so I'm okay. If I get stopped out on this trade, I'm okay with it. So let's see what we get.
It is pushing nicely. You have a hard target at 100 or 95?
I have it set at 23,097.50.
Okay.
The reason for that is because 100 is a psych level, and yeah, we could get some really nice pushes above that. I just typically, from what I've seen in the past, is that we tend to fall a little bit short from those key levels. So I like to set my take profit a little before that area. But bulls are strong, guys. Bulls are strong today, so we could completely get a nice push through 100. I see some orders at 105. So if we get that, I mean, obviously it'll take my order, but at that point I kind of just want to see what we do. I might quickly start trailing this higher and then just start trailing my stop closer. That's another strategy that I typically like. So we'll see. We're about 7 points from my take profit. I'm going to start kind of trailing this up a little bit. And then I'm going to start moving my stop really tightly. So I'm at 80 now. I'm really in like a 20-point range of my stop and my take profit. So this is kind of how I manage my trade when I'm in these longs or in these positions.
Nice. We like it. Another day where Miriam makes NQ her bitch.
It's a good day. It's a good day.
Amas, we're 21 minutes in now, so 9 more minutes until the first 30-minute candle closes. Anything you're eyeing right now?
Yeah, I'm looking for a possible continuation off of that move. Right now I'm just looking at the 5-minute chart, and I would like to see this candle close, pulling back, and then confirmations right here on the pullback to drive it back towards the upside, towards that liquidity pool right here. So
I got stopped out on that trade, guys, just for FYI. But yeah, just wanted to mention that.
Nice. Well done.
Thank you. But you can see that 97 area, right? Like, look where we rejected, right below that 23,100 area, right? That's why, if I would have kept my profit where it was, it probably wouldn't have hit. I think I had it at 97.75, or was it 97?
Yeah, you had it at 97.50.
Yeah, so it would have missed me by like 2 ticks. And still, I mean, we could still bounce here. This is kind of a consolidation range too. So 23,080 is a level that I would look for us to hold. We do have some orders sitting there on book maps as well. So let's see what we get.
Let's see. Matt, anything you're looking at?
Yeah, I've just been watching the stacking orders up at 23,100. Once we either pull below 070 or we run up to that 100 level, I'll pull over and show you guys, pull over the book map and show you guys what I, like when I remarked on that, what I meant by the orders, like, stacking, and I'll explain once we either need to drop below 070 or we need to get up to 100 and clear those orders.
Yeah. All right. Then let's wait
All
for
right, getting
that, I
some
guess.
selling pressure coming in here, guys. I want to see 80 potentially hold. If not, at the minimum, I would want to see that entry that I got. The opening range would be about 65. So if 65 ends up breaking, not looking too great. Not looking too great. We went just shy of that 100 level, so it could be another double top that we get on the charts here. But so far we're holding. So far we're holding 80. So let's see what we get. This might be a decent re-entry here with a tight stop.
Did you re-enter?
Our 5-minute ATR in the NQ is still only 17. That is still pretty low, especially now that we're 20-ish, 20 plus minutes after the open. So just keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. A retest of the 50-minute opening range would maybe be a nice entry. But we also got to let it breathe after that huge move. I mean, we went from 22,960 up to 23,96 pretty much uninterrupted.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, I kind of do want a retest of this 67 area to get back in potentially, but let's see. ES above this. Look at where ES went to. I didn't even see this. ES went to the 6315 area. Where did that 6315 area come from? Remember back on Monday, we had that same area of resistance that we were sitting at. So we really double top both on NASDAQ and ES so far. Lots of strong sellers sitting at those levels. So just be mindful of those areas if you guys are in these longs or entering new positions.
Really quickly, if we want to pull up, we got it, my chart up there. So, and Bookmap is, Miriam will tell you, it's a great tool. It's not the most user friendly, to say the least. But so this is what I was talking about. So the open was here 8:30 Central Time, and shortly after the open, actually just a couple of minutes, started to see some orders flickering in up here at 23,100. Now it's not something that we pay a ton of attention to, but price action was all the way down here, just breaking out above 23,000. And as you see, we just had this slow, steady move up. You see this line starting to thicken a little bit, and that means there was more and more orders that were kind of hitting the books at that point, right? And it just kind of continued. Now we got within a few points of it. Now keep in mind, guys, when you see a big sell block on the order book here, the market makers can't just take it there. The market makers have to have the orders to get up there, right? So obviously we didn't have the orders we didn't have the buyers there willing to sell to the sellers, so we have to pull back a little bit. It's a lot like if there's a door, right, and the door won't open, the door's stuck. It's the key to, you've got to sometimes take a couple steps back and get a running start, put your shoulder right through it. So that's sometimes what happens with the markets in these key levels. Those orders are still on the board. Now keep in mind, it's 100 contracts in the mini world. That's not huge, but it is it's been steady. And I've told you guys, the longer these areas stay on the charts, especially if they were initially put in when price action was nowhere near, the more likely they are to get filled. Now, everyone says, oh, it's a surefire trading strategy, Matt. No, it's really not, because sometimes things can pull back 20, 30, 40 points before they make a run at that. And that's going to stop you out of nearly any position. So it's just kind of one of those things. Again, I think Miriam's has done a really good job describing how she uses Bookmap. You're going to get a little of that from me going forward as well, where it's just a tool. It's not a be all end all, guys. And I thought that when I first started with, oh, this is great. You can see the orders, you just follow the action. Yeah, it's
not that easy.
Tool. Yeah, it's a nice tool, and I would never use this without candlesticks and some sort of backup. But it is just a nice, interesting. Like I said, this thing is about as user intuitive as a analog phone. But the longer this 100 stays on the board, the more likely it's going to get cleared.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Also, just want to keep this in mind. We have 2 minutes and 35 seconds until that first 30-minute candle closes. So I definitely want to make sure that Amaz takes the lead on what he's looking at right now.
I was just going to mention that. Yeah. I was going to see what you're looking at.
I'm looking for a possible pullback. Right here, I know we will most likely break this high, since a brand new candle is going to open on the 4-hour chart. Right here, like you see, in 2 minutes, that 4-hour candle will close, that 1-hour candle will close. And I expect that high to be taken out once we open on the new one. So right here, it's just depending on how deep the retracement is actually going to be. So in this case, we could retrace back towards this 5-minute order block here, or this 15-minute fair value gap, which is just a candlestick pattern where the up wick of the first candle does not touch the down wick of the third, which signals that there's a lot of aggressive buyers inside this range on the 15-minute chart. So this would be like a possible entry for me. I just need to know to see what price is going to do at the open of the new candle, if it's going to rip through or if it's going to start holding.
Yeah, I like that. I actually like that a lot. And this is why it's so interesting seeing, different trading strategies, because those are the very similar levels that I have as well. That area, the price point that you would be looking at to potentially enter, is that like the 60, 65 area? Is that what
64
Yeah.
or 54. The thing is, I know like the entry could be right now. I know I could potentially miss out on that trade, but I don't want to engage too high up here, knowing that it could retrace deeper.
Right.
I would rather be, leaving this trade and be break even for now and try to trade PM session than, take that loss here, because it will retrace deeper.
100%.
So the trade could be right now, inside this 5-minute fair value gap right here to see a drive back to the upside. It could be right now. I know it, but I know we could retrace deeper also. So
it's just not worth the risk at this point, right?
Depending on this candle, really, we're gonna see.
That's a good point. I mean, it seems like we're seeing the same sort of things too. I mean, this area right here, the 75, not only on Bookmaps did I see those orders get filled, but definitely a level that we would be looking for us to potentially hold. The 2-minute chart definitely shows, the 9 EMA bouncing. So yeah, I'm with you, right? Like you have to look at the risk to reward for yourself in terms of, and there it is. There's that 100. Those 100 orders got just taken out right here. This was kind of what I was talking about earlier, guys, about how we could just get a nice push up and start having some continuation, which is for me, this would have been a nice solid entry. But yeah, I mean, you got to look at your risk to reward. You got to look at it from that standpoint of, I know, Matt, you say this all the time, better to hope that you weren't in a trade rather than, being in one and losing money. So nice.
Better to wish you were in a trade than out of a trade.
There you go. You said it better. But yeah, so now we're getting, these orders got filled at 100. Next target that I see on Bookmaps is 130. So, if we push, we can start pushing up there. We got a nice volume bubble that came in on that. But really clean retest of that 9 EMA on the 2-minute. So
yeah, Miriam, it is all in the way things are said sometimes. Like, at the end of the show, you usually say, go hug a stranger. And when you say it, it sounds nice and kind of sweet. Nick said it yesterday and it came off kind of creepy. I'm not going to lie.
Oh.
I said it for you, Miriam.
It's a little different. Depends.
Yeah. I said it for you, Miriam.
Miriam's like, hi, go hug a stranger. It'll be nice. Nick's like, hug a stranger, motherfucker.
Do it.
Do it now.
Training order real quick. Oh, man. Yeah, this is so far proving to be a very very clean day. I mean, it's funny because like we always have our biases in the morning. We always talk to you guys about our conviction, and we never really know what the market's going to give us, right? We're not here to try to predict. We're here to react and get in on the best moves that we can possibly get in on, and adjust as needed. So for us to really have this trade, I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting this move, especially like pushing above this 100 area. But now, this is where I would be looking for some continuation. I mean, I think for us to, be in this range for the days that we were in, it was quite hard to trade. But now that we're kind of like pushing above these areas, I would expect 100 now to hold as support. So let's see what we get. This 130 area is definitely going to be a magnet, though, for the next level of resistance. Amos, do you see anything here? I mean, I know that you were talking about that potential entry, but now it's just a waiting game, it seems like, huh?
Yeah, so basically what I see is that we are forming fair value gaps right here. So fair value gaps for me are areas where we saw aggressive buying. And what usually happens after you sweep such a big high, so let's say here it's a daily high. If we start seeing rejections here, we will potentially fill those orders back. So internal fair value gaps. So let's say I see price going from highs into internal gaps, and then from internal gaps into highs or lows. So now let's say I see a rejection from that previous daily high. I would try to scalp my way down towards an internal gap here. So let's say here, what I see on the chart right now is that we swept this high buy side liquidity, and then we're forming on that 2-minute chart a 2-minute fair value gap. And again, like I said, fair value gaps for me are aggressive buying. So this one would be aggressive buying because it's a bullish fair value gap. So what do I say to myself? I say to myself, if we are truly bullish, we should respect the zone to create a new high. But if we're bearish, we will disrespect it, and then we should see that internal low for a quick scalp target. So if we disrespect this 2-minute fair value gap, I would enter short right here at the close to scalp my way down for a 1-to-1. That's what I'm looking at right now. Okay. After that previous daily high sweep. That's still aggressive, the best thing would be to wait for that candle confirmation on the 15. But like I said, what's actually happening right now is that you could catch a big move because you saw that price opened higher right now. So if you are right about this candle being bearish, you could be in a potential good move because it would be open high, then it would create the low, and then it would close. So you could trim at this 15-minute close at 14 exactly, 14 and 59 seconds.
Very nice. Great analysis there. Yeah.
I think, Amos, what's impressed me most in the conversation we have, and again, I'm not overly familiar with the ICT concepts, but I loved you said when you first introduced it, like, listen, I took this framework, these concepts of this particular setup, and I made it my own, right? And that's something as a trading educator over the years, I've constantly told people. I say, every strategy that I've learned over the years is a amalgamation of something somebody taught me, or a course I bought, or a book I read, and something else, right? Like everybody knows I'm a huge VWAP guy, so maybe I integrate VWAP within that. I really like how you took something and that was out there and said, you know what, I'm not just going to do this out of the box. I'm going to add my own, in your case, analytical and mechanical background and apply it to this. And that's something I think has been a fairly consistent methodology across the traders we've brought on this show and the three of us. So I really liked how you talked about that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It really is impressive to see that. Yeah, because I feel like not a lot of traders do that. I mean, it's really hard to formulate your own strategy based off of, a pretty big one that a lot of people follow. So, but it's important. I mean, it's important to find what works for you, and go from there. So,
guys, I did take a long off that retest from the bull flag.
Nice.
At 92.75. Sorry, didn't want to interrupt, but also want to be transparent.
Awesome.
So you see right now we're rejecting this fair value gap on the 2-minute chart. So if we are truly bullish right now, we should create a new high. Again, like this wick is a pretty good confirmation that we could see higher. So we'll wait. But if this 15-minute candle just closes back bearish, I will enter shorts 100%. If it flips below the opening price right here, so right now this candle is bullish, so it created an open high. But if it starts flipping below the opening price, this will form what we call a market structure shift. And then we have a lot of buyers below us because of that 15-minute fair value gap. So once I see that pullback retracement, I could try to target this and get out for a quick scalp.
Nice. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, I need that push now to the upside. Otherwise, I'm getting wrecked.
Not wrecked.
Nah, it's a tight stop. It's like an 11-point stop, so I'm good.
Yeah, let's see what we do here. Since selling is starting to pick up here on book maps.
We're getting some orders stacking underneath from 070 to 080.
Yeah, I think I stopped out on that for 11 points.
So I would take a short if we pull back towards that for value gap for the cover. If not, you see right here that 50-minute candle just flipped. We could see a potential market structure shift here.
Yeah, I'd like to see 74 clear as well. The potential move to the downside. Otherwise, we hold these areas. And to your point, yeah, we would likely make new highs. ES holding its 9 EMA perfectly at 306.
So I just entered shorts right here.
Yeah, let's pull up a mass screen there. Nice.
So I want to see prices holding through here if we can. If not, we'll see.
And I know there was a typo. I know people are asking about Nick's long that he was in. It was supposed to be 23092.
No, it was correct. I'm trading in the future.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, I'm just like 2 weeks ahead of you guys.
Yeah.
So in 2 weeks, we're gonna sit at 23,902.
That's awesome.
I'm out of that position as well. I had my entry. My entry was actually at 23,092, but I got stopped out for a quick 11-point loss, small loss.
Ooh, nice sell coming in here. They're fighting at this level for sure.
Yeah, that's the open. We usually see a big fight here.
Yeah, lots of consolidation happening on the 5-minute on NASDAQ. ES looks like it kind of wants to go deeper a little bit, but we are still holding the 9 EMAs, which is, for me, I would want a little bit more move to the downside. They are getting some buying coming in here. What is your typical stop on a play like this? I know you... Oh, I see it.
Yeah, it's right here. I would not like if we pull back towards here. This could be my hard stop here, because basically right now I'm looking at this 15-minute candle close. I want to see it close right below this candle, so we see a move back down potentially. I don't want to see it close above. If it does, I'm gonna take a small loss. It was a prediction of that open high low close here, but you see we held the open for now. I want to see this box here hold. Is this fair value gap?
Tweet from Trump: our Fed rate is at least 3 points too high. Too late Powell is costing the U.S. $360 billion a point. No inflation, companies pouring into America. Hottest country in the world, lower the rate. Okay.
He really wants it.
I'm telling you, they're going to drop the rates. I have the belief they're going to drop the rates in July, because I think they're all going to be scared for their jobs. I think it would have happened, not the rate drop, but I think Trump would have gone hard after Powell if the whole Iran-Israel thing didn't happen, because that sort of pulled him off his game a little bit as far as Powell. I've been adamant this year. Doesn't matter what you think of him or Powell or whatever. I think he's going to try to fire him.
Yeah.
Because it was, well, I'm going to, the thought has been, I read an article from, I don't remember who it was, that he'll appoint the next chairman already and make him go to meetings and sort of like a shadow head of the Fed. So that'll be fun. I'm sure the markets will react well to that.
Yeah. Interestingly, Amos, I am kind of looking to short this as well. I don't know. I feel like buyers are getting a little exhausted here. We're going to need a lot more volume to really push to the upside. I mean, we are holding on the 5-minute, but something about it feels sus.
I actually don't like what I'm seeing right now, though. I would have liked to see like that flip. You confirmed me that we had a lot of sellers after the sweep of the high. I usually want to see quick moves, but right now I think most likely going to be a stop out. This is my last line of defense, really. That
Yeah.
those wicks here.
He can't fire Powell. He can absolutely try. I mean, listen, I don't want to go into a rant that makes you think I'm pro-Trump or anti-Trump or anything like that, because we try to keep the politics pretty neutral on this. But tell me what has happened since Trump came into office that makes you think he's going to be told he can't do something or respect norms. And the Supreme Court has let him do all this. Again, I'm sure people have their opinions. Please have your political opinions, vote your political opinions. We keep them out of the stream. But how many times have people? I can't do that. Well, I'm not saying he will or won't or can or can't. But he doesn't care about all that. So to sit there and say, well, he can't do. Okay,
Yeah. Oh, I feel like these shorts want to come in.
I will say I am old enough to remember trading before we had to worry about politics with it. Simpler time. It was just earnings. It was earnings. Everybody cared about earnings. That was about it. Ross Perot. I'm old enough to remember Ross Perot. Now, see, that's why I don't talk. We know who Matt voted. Come on, man. Like, this is the analysis. We can say what we want. Again, I realize any tone when talking about Trump, you're going to think I'm for him, against him, whatever my personal opinions are. You got to leave them out of the trading. We've talked about that many times on this show. I've watched people that are on, that would identify as left or identify as right get chewed up in these markets because, when Trump's first term, he's going to tank everything. Well, then Biden got elected and all the right was like, he's going to tank everything. Guess what? The market made tons of new highs under Trump 1 and Biden and Obama and Bush, right? Like the markets really, I know people think the markets care who the president is. The markets just want stability. They want, they don't like the unknown, right? Yeah. And so that's as far as it is. So Reagan talking on TV. Yeah. That's still one of my favorite lines in a movie in Back to the Future when he goes back. He's like, who's president? Ronald Reagan. The actor? Yeah, Pola Jeff's right. The numbers don't care about what your political affiliation. So I've watched too many people trade their politics over the years, and almost always they get chewed up and spit out. So
I might join you on this short here.
Yeah, that 50-minute candle just closed like I wanted to. Right now, we could see price opening higher to form the upwick of the new candle, then flip below the open, drive back down. But I have this liquidity pool being my draw on liquidity.
I want a little bit. Yeah, I want a little bit of an entry closer to 100, because then my stop would have to be that high. Would have to be 112.
I don't want to see price going up too much though. I would like to see like a break right now. We can.
There's not a lot of big orders on the board right now. This happened yesterday too. We got in that initial like 30, 45 minutes, and then the order book just dried up.
Yeah. I might not get my entry here, but this looks good. This looks good for a short. I really do like it. We're kind of squeezing. We need to break this 75 area, I would say. So we have about 10 points.
Yeah, I remember when Biden said he was going to double cap gains, and I remember thinking, there's no way Congress will do that, because I'm not a both sides guy, but both sides do make a lot of money stock trading. So there's no way they were going to Congress is never going to touch capital gains.
Guys, should we do a marble race to get the market moving? Should we?
Nick has been jonesing for this all day.
I mean, we didn't have any yesterday, so since market is pretty slow now, and we know once we start the marble races, market dumps, that is going to go in favor of a must. So that's why we need to do it, But let's set a goal. Let's set a goal, all right? We're currently sitting at let me check. We're sitting at 480 likes. Let's get this stream to at least 550 likes, all right? 550, and then we're gonna do a marbles race for 2 winners, 2 100K growth accounts. All right. So better smash that like button right now if you haven't already. And we mean the thumbs up button below the video, not the like button in the chat.
Also, as always, guys, make sure your stream is live. Sometimes I know a lot of people don't intend to pause, or sometimes depending on your browser, depending on what you're using, depending on your internet connection, maybe you click away and you get hung up for 2 or 3 minutes. You just hit play. There should be a red dot next to the live button in the lower left-hand corner of your YouTube pane there. So make sure to click that so you're live. Those of you that are behind will get this message in a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Hey, Paraloco, you got the memo. Also, here you go. We have 518 now. And guys, if you wonder, like, how can we get to 550 likes if we're only 560 people in here? Well, the likes, they always stay. When somebody joins the stream and then they go, they leave, the likes are still going to be here. So now we're up 575. Nice. Cool. Let's set up a keyword here in the background, and then I'll drop it shortly.
Doobie doobie doo.
Oh, we're at that stage again now.
Yeah. Strangers in the night.
I don't want to see price hold here below that 5-minute log trail break even. This is like, I've been in this trade for way too long, to be honest. Like,
You're like me. I'm like, oh, this is taking
I usually get on my trade in like 5 minutes, but right now it's actually crazy. So,
well, I hope this one prints for you. So
yeah, the thing is, right now I would have to trim right below this low.
Getting some selling coming in here, guys.
Right here, I took out my profits on that 15-minute fair value gap, which was my draw. Basically, what happened right here was that if that candle, let's say I said that I was willing to target this, but this was my initial framework if that candle would have closed bearish, and drove back down aggressively. But since that candle was, swept the previous candle's high and closed back inside the range bullish, my draw becomes the low of that candle, so the internal fair value gap. So right here, I know there's so many buyers inside this gap, and we are literally above all-time highs. So I'm kind of scared to hold my shorts there.
Fair enough.
So this is where I got out.
We do have achieved the target, so let's do the marble race, guys. As usual, rules are you have to like the stream, you have to be subscribed to the channel, and once I drop the keyword, only type it once, not twice, not 3 times, because you are going to get disqualified if you type it more than once. All right. Actually, I wanted to move the market for a mouse here, and that's why the keyword is drop the market, all in one word. Now I'm doing it for Miriam. She's in a short.
I am in a short. I got a really shit entry on that, 73.50. So I really bottom ticked that, but I do want I want this move down to 65 at least, which I would look for a potential continuation of. Right now I have my stop at 89.25. I'm only in 1 micro. I'm sorry, 1 mini. So I'm not losing all my profits on today, just part of it, but yeah, that's gonna be the hope for here. So,
well, who says you're losing? Who says you're losing?
And Miriam, I had a question. Where do you want to trim here on that on the play that you're currently taking?
I'm actually looking for us to get down to potentially. Honestly, I would love 25. I know that's kind of a ways, but 47 would be great if we can get that move down to 47 at like 50 area. That's what I would be looking for to really target on this. So I think what I'd be looking for is to trail my take profit. But right now, I want to see this push come down. I really want to see this push come down. And I might actually move my stop to this 86 area because I don't want to see us get above that level. So let's see. But definitely an area that we need to continue pushing below. So
how I view it right now with my approach is that, let's say you're in right now with your short, on that first market structure shift. So that candle on the hourly took out that 4-hour and hourly high. So it accumulated first, then swept previous candle's high. And right now we're displacing below that opening price right now. So this candle is currently, it looks like a bearish candle. Okay, it's flipping below the open. So if you are in that initial market structure shift and price actually dumps down, then you could be in a massive play on that reversal. But for me, let's say in terms of scaling and taking out some profits, I really like where so like the 20. Did you say 28? You said it's
Right
47.
now I have my take profit to 54.75. So a little
54. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
But how I view is like, if you catch that whole reversal basically on that hourly, you could trim, let's say at around 50-ish. This basically my approach is like timing wise more than price.
Yeah.
In terms of
Yes.
profits.
That's another thing too. Yeah. Cause right now it's like these sort of moves, like I would want like more pressure to come into the downside. I'm looking at book maps, right? I mean, I'm losing less than 13 points on this trade if I'm wrong. So I think that's about $250 or so. So I'm okay with this loss if we get it. Still put me up on the day, but I really want to see these bears come in strong, and we're starting to get some move to the downside. I just want to see us really come in hot. So what I'm looking for at ES here is to also break this 306 area. We did get a nice little nice volume candle coming in here, but I want to see the aggression. I want to see the traction. So if we're not getting that, I'm going to start to move my stop a lot closer, guys. This is where I start managing my trade.
The 50-minute opening range high is at 64.50, just to keep that in mind.
64.50. Okay, yeah. I see 65 here for potential buys coming in. So that's going to be the level. If we clear down to 65, I'm going to move my stop pretty tightly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Where's your stop loss right now?
It's at 86.25. So about 12 points. 13 points, less than 13 points.
And where's your entry?
73.50. So I didn't get the best entry on that.
Okay,
But
also, background Nick is on the house account with that one as well. His entry was at 23.85.
Nice. All right. Let's go. You got 10 points ahead of me. Your entry's at my stop. Yeah, see, this is not what I want to see. I want to see them really push this down. I'm going to keep my stop where it's at, but I want to see them reject 81.50. About this 9 EMA here.
We'll definitely wait with the marble race before we see how price plays out here, because I really want to see this trade play out.
It might be a minute.
Doesn't matter.
You're out of your trade, right?
Yeah, I took it out like pretty quick, right below the slow. I trim at 76. So like basically, it was I was forced to get out of that trade because my initial framework, what I thought was gonna happen when I entered, didn't happen. So I cut it off quick.
Yeah, I don't like that ES is holding right now, this 9 EMA. So I might actually exit this a little bit sooner. I'm gonna leave it, but I'm gonna move my stop to, I'm gonna move it to 83.25. So less than 10 points. If it stopped me out, to stop me out, but I want to see them push it down here. They need to push it down here. Let's see what we get. Yeah, these are the sort of setups that, like, I'm like, oh, come on, just make the move already.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of pressure here.
Yeah,
Selling
65
pressure.
needs to break. 65 needs to break. Getting some aggressive selling coming in on both futures. But if 65 can't break, I want to see this traction. I want to see traction through 65. Still some orders there. I don't want to see that, because then we have room to 55, which is pretty much where my take profit is. All right, I'm moving my stop. All right, profitable trade-ish, break even pretty much.
Nice.
Let's see. All right.
Nice.
See if we get
Little degen Nick, what's your TP on this? I mean, I think he's gonna say like 22,500.
Nice rundown.
Nice.
There it is.
There it is.
There's the
Very
seller.
nice.
Fuck yeah. All right.
Yeah, congrats.
I'm
Mary.
out. I'm
Well
out
done.
at 50 even. We still have room, guys. We still have a lot of... Oh, sellers are coming in hot. I think they're going to try to go to VWAP. I think they're going to try to go to 25 and then VWAP. Yep. Tough. All right. Congrats, Nick. If you're still in this, congrats. ES is...
He's out.
ES is
He's
at a
out.
level here. 300.
You're both out.
297
done.
as well.
Nice trade.
Little... What is that? 470 on that? Yeah. Ooh, guys, see, but I told you guys, if we get traction under 65, if we get a nice move under 60, we're going. This is exactly what I was looking for. So we got it. We got it. You can't be greedy, but oh man, that was annoying. That was an annoying trade. But VWAP is holding on ES. So that 300 level on ES is also going to be key. VWAP is literally like 3 points, less than 3 points below that. And then NASDAQ, if we can't get back above 60, 65-ish, then I think we start heading towards VWAP, which is 23,000. So let's see.
Nice. You see, I told you, marble race, saying marble race and drop the market, that keyword, it works. It works. Good trade, Miriam. Good trade, Nick. Let's actually, Drew, let's pull up that marble race and do a giveaway for 2 100K growth accounts. Whenever you're ready, drop those marbles.
You guys are funny.
People are saying drop the marbles instead of drop the market. All right, there they go. The marbles are on their way. The
One
two
looks
top
pleasant.
spots, first place and second place, are each going to get a 100K growth account. See saying I've been doing screaming naked jumping jacks. If I don't win, this game is rigged.
Not screaming naked jumping jacks.
Well,
That's funny.
they're upping it every single day. The effort is there. TD Garage is in the lead currently. Not anymore. That looks like a chill race, though. That is not one where a
This
lot
one
of
reminds me
people
of, like,
seem to.
SeaWorld.
That is not one where a lot of people seem to fly off today. You know.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yet.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Something had to come out. Every time we do a marbles race, there is just crazy action.
I told you. We can literally clip this. I said if we're gonna pull up the marble race and the keyword is drop the market's gonna drop.
Crazy.
But you were
Right
right.
to 23,000.
They went right to VWAP.
Right to 23,000. Yeah, we're
Right
pushing down
through
though.
it.
Really going.
Yeah, nothing on the news feed yet, but I feel like there's something's coming.
Clean.
All right. Well, this was a very clean marbles race as well. We have our two winners. We have Pugtoon Trades and Nicholas Demore. Guys, make sure to type something in the chat really quick. You both won a 100K growth account. Congratulations. Make sure to type something in the chat and also add your email addresses to your YouTube channel description so we can reach out to you.
Congrats, everyone. Good job. Oh,
This is getting
my heart.
what a push to the downside here.
When you look at something like this, you can't help but cry inside because you're like, damn, like that's a tough one to look at, but it's okay.
We're pushing through the entire 50-minute opening range now, approaching the low of that at 22,976.
Damn, Nick, why did we sell? Amos, why did we sell?
Yeah, actually, Actually, Amos, this might be an uncomfortable question. I don't know how you feel, but I know these kind of things trigger me when I'm trading. I mean, you were in that short, you exited it a bit early because you saw something else that you didn't take into consideration before, and then it started moving. How do you deal with this situation? What's going on inside your head right now?
To be honest, I'm still happy. Winning a small trade for me is enough. I don't really look to get into super high RR trades, yet. I don't think, I think it's my flaw as a trader. I'm trading I'm more of a one-to-one risk reward trader, and I'm looking to, get better into, getting that RR up. So for now, really where I am in my trading, I'm really happy, with the trade that I took. And I don't FOMO into trades and stuff, because with my data, I know that with the trade that I take in a series of 100 to 200 trades, like I said, I'm going to be profitable. So looking at these big moves don't really do nothing to me, to be honest.
That's amazing.
Oh,
I'm over here like,
mindset.
Moss is like, yeah, it's fine. We'll get another one.
Miriam is raging.
But I think like when you're more of a discretionary trader, those kind of moves will trigger you for sure.
Yeah.
When you're, let's say, I think Miriam, you're kind of that kind of trader. You're, you have levels and stuff. But tell me if I'm wrong. But you have, let's say, your exits are going to be depending on what you see on the order book, let's say, which is going to be different from days, let's say today or in a few weeks. So you're basically getting paid from your decision making, when, let's say, my approach is more of mechanical strategy. I'm more of a robot, basically. So yeah.
Have you ever thought of automating your strategy?
Of course, I thought about it. But I think the thing is that with trading, the markets are forever changing. Basically, how I view it is that there's some market conditions that you will be super profitable with one type of framework or one type of strategy, and then you will face really big loss streaks with that same strategy because the market adapted. So I think you still need that human touch to be able to know when to step out of some kind of trades. And I don't think robots could. I think they could, but it would cost too much money to make them, actually, or just to make them work from years to years. Like I don't know how to say it in English. I'm a French guy, but make them work, basically.
Yeah. All right.
I love that. We just love how calm you are. We love having, someone who just exudes this, sense of discipline, and, you're really just like kind of the poster child for trading, honestly, in terms of that psychology aspect. I mean, you said it so well and so perfectly. You're like, I'm happy with my trade, which is amazing, because, for something like this, to play out, and you even said, you're like, I'm not the kind of person that looks for these massive moves, and you're good with like what you have and what you see, and it's really refreshing to see that as a trader, especially someone of your age. I don't know how old you are, but you are young. I can tell you're young.
Yeah.
So. But very, very very mature for your age. And
thank you.
Just in the interest of transparency, guys, I tried a very quick bounce off VWAP, and it ran me. So I took a $600 loss on that. But I saw some buying come in, snapped in, and then it ran me. I tried to catch the falling knife a little bit there off VWAP, but again, just in the interest of transparency there.
Crazy move we're getting here, though. I mean, we really pretty much are taking out this whole setup that we got to the upside. I mean, our opening was at what, 78, almost 80 level, and just down on the day, completely down on the day. And it's just an interesting market action we're getting here. ES did also break the trend line, not only just VWAP, but the trend line that I originally had for us to break to the downside. We're trying to hold it right now, but let's see. I think we need to get back up above this 23,000 area on the NASDAQ, and then we have some sellers sitting at 23,015 and 20. So let's see if we can hold this area. I think We might try to get a little bit of a halfway mark, but on days like this, like are you looking for anything else in particular? Like, what do you see here?
You mean like when I take a trade, would I be done after one trade, or?
I guess, yeah, that's part of the question, but also
Yeah.
like, would you see another setup here?
Yeah, to be honest, like I said, if I see another setup, I would take it for sure. For now, let's say I would need another 15-minute candle to open, drive down below this low here and show me that we're respecting, bullish PD array, so bullish for value gaps right here. And as soon as we start to see buying pressure, I would expect an internal high to get swept. So I would try to step in the market right here for a quick scalp back to the upside. So right here in this case, since this candle was bearish, and I said in the beginning that I really like the quote that wicks do the damage, body tells the story. Right now, the story is that we're currently bearish. So I'm not trying to long the market for now. And I would need at least a 15-minute candle to show me that we would want to go back towards an internal high.
Nice. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll see here. I mean, this would be a potential bounce area. I know, Matt, what you were looking at. I kind of saw what you were looking at as well, and I was potentially looking at the same thing. The orders that were sitting at 23,015 were kind of this is the area that I would want us to clear as well. But I think, where we kind of bounced at right here, this 965, 963 area is a zone that we would need to hold to the upside. So I think right now we're just flirting with the open on both ES and NASDAQ. So if we can put in a tail here, a buying tail on the 5-minute, and then actually open above VWAP, I might consider jumping in on a long here. But yeah, I don't want to see us reject this area. This is not where I'd want to see us rejecting. So we'll see what we get. Let me go to the 5 minutes, you guys can see.
We're back at VWAP now.
Yeah.
VWAP is sitting right at the 23,000 level.
That's interesting. My VWAP on my charts is different than my... Yeah, nice buying tail that we got here on NASDAQ. So let's see if we actually start making the move up. This actually kind of looks good for a long, not gonna lie.
It does, but where would you place your stop?
My stop would have to be below this candle here at like 88, 87. So
yeah,
a pretty high potential for me to get stopped out, which we're rejecting VWAP right now. But I honestly would prefer the longs, but these shorts can continue coming in and filling this gap. Yeah, I think they want to come in. Yeah.
We would need to hold the 88 level for...
Oof, yeah, these shorts want to come in. Right here, we'd have to hold. We'd have to hold right here.
88.
Yeah, nope. Bears are coming in hot. They're coming in hot.
Well, we should join them.
I would have liked to at that VWAP retest, but
But you were
now we're
looking
about
for
20
lunch.
points away from where my entry would have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are all right. Sellers kind of stepped in there at 83. Disappeared a little bit, but
Amas, are you looking at any other trades right now?
Yeah, I want to see price breaking this low right here. And then once I see a pullback, basically what's happening right now is that you have exactly what we talked about earlier. So that candle right here did exactly what I expected it to do, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you will be right. Let's say when you enter on that market structure shift, but if you're right, you're gonna get paid. Let's say here I took my piece of the pie, so it accumulated first, so accumulation, then manipulated above the high, and then we're starting to distribute down like this. So once I have a confirmation that I hold back towards an area on the 5-minute chart, I will take a scalp down towards an internal low. So right now I would look for price to keep going down and around, let's say 50s, when it's going to be 1050-ish, I'm going to look for a possible trade.
All right.
All right, let's see. What are you looking at, Nick? Are you looking at a potential bull flag or bear flag?
Not really, honestly. Not really. Right now, I don't like how we're moving because, like, we had the big move up, then we consolidated for a bit. Now we had the big move down, so I do expect a little bit of consolidation before we have anything else that's really gonna pop to the upside or the downside. So I'm just sitting this out for now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Although we are
buying tail on that candle. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying, like, we are holding mid price, so like the exact midpoint since yesterday, 6 p.m. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I was just saying we had that buying tail on the previous 5-minute candle. It's getting chewed up right now.
And also, I didn't say when I took that trade, basically, I talked about the divergence between ES and NQ. This is exactly what we got here. So you see at 950, NQ created a high, all right? And then NQ went for that opening drive, like I said, on the first 30 minutes to break that high here. But you see, ES couldn't make that higher high, made a lower high. So then it creates what we call SMT divergence, which is a signal basically that price is most likely going to reverse because ES and NQ should be correlated pairs, but they're not right now. So then once you see an internal confirmation, then price is most likely going to go with that reversal flow. So right here, it was also one confirmation I used.
Nice. Yeah, I like the lower high. That was exactly what I was looking at too. I mean, when you really digest this, obviously, it's so much easier when you look at it when the move has happened. But you know, you're getting this not only a psychological level at 100 being rejected. ES's level was that 315 area that we made on last Thursday, I believe, or no, it was actually on Monday. We made that high at 315 on ES, still couldn't break it. I mean, we topped it by a tick, right? We made a little bit of a high, but we still couldn't get the juice to really push above it. So when we started getting the move down, and then obviously this consolidation area that we were getting on the NASDAQ, you know, this is a zone where if you go back to like where Coach Tank talks about the levels of confirmation, you're either someone who, you know, could get a really solid entry, but you don't have a lot of confirmation. I'm that type of trader. I like those sort of trades because I like, you know, the bigger moves as well. But at the same time, you know, I think really you could have justified any sort of trade here. I mean, we did kind of hold this like 76 area. Sorry, I'm looking at a different chart here, but you really did hold the 76 area here where we were kind of like bouncing on. But, you know, this 100 level just kept rejecting. And to Amas's point, like we kept making these lower highs. So for me, when I look at something like this, I'm like, I don't know if bulls have the juice, because that's where I was like, I would like an entry closer to 100 with a stop at this high, because if we just hold here and we continue to the upside, we're likely breaking that high and continuing further. So you got to look at it in senses of probabilities. Obviously, I took my chances here, which this was not, I'm not going to lie, this was not the best trade in terms of my entry. I would have liked to get a better entry closer to kind of where Nick S got his entry. But you know, I was willing to take that risk. I told you guys I kept moving my stops. So eventually we got the move. But yeah, this wasn't my best trade. I would say the trade I took earlier was a lot better setup than the one that I took, even though we got the nice move to the downside. But yeah, right now we are still holding that wick that we got on that buying candle. So right now we're still kind of holding, but we need to get back above this 23,000 area. ES is like barely holding on. This keeps rejecting this trend line, but I think ES look for 300 to continue the upside. NASDAQ would be 23,000. So you got those psych levels, but we just keep rejecting. We're not able to get back above those. So it's still bearish to me.
Yeah, Miriam, that was also why you only took the second trade with one contract, right? Compared to the first one with two.
Yeah, exactly. So I did take 2 contracts on that first one. I was looking for the setup itself was a lot more, I guess, easier for me to take just because it was the opening range breakout. And I really was not in a single drawdown on that trade. I mean, it just kept going from there. So that was a lot more of a calmer trade for me. But on this one, I had less confirmation. You know, my stop was a little bit tighter, or I'm sorry, my stop was a little bit higher. I really had like a 10-point stop on this first trade. So, you know, it was a lot more annoying to manage on the second one. But now that I look at the move, I'm like, wow, this would have been a really solid trade. So yeah, we're still rejecting, guys. I think next level down on the NASDAQ, I don't know what you see, Amos and Matt and Nick, but I'm looking at these 940s.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost there already.
It is interesting, though. I mean, again, just something to note, not saying this is an idea or whatever, but those orders up at 23.015 and 23.020 have they're just there. They've been hanging out basically for quite some time. That was actually why I took that long where I did, because we were approaching those. And if we ran them, you know, taking a small profit off at, you know, 15, 18 handles would have been nice. And we just, again, rarely do we push this far away from big areas of liquidity on the chart. But there's obviously, again, and this is one of the why we tell people something like Sierra charts or Bookmap or whatever. There's no magic tool, right? But it is, with the price action we're seeing running away from big areas of liquidity is unusual. Not unprecedented, but unusual.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking for shorts right now. Basically, we're forming the low here, in my opinion. If we are closing on that candle, we should form, you know, a small accumulation phase. Then I would want to see price manipulate to the upside into a 5-minute PDRA. So right here, this order block here, or this 15-minute fair value gap. So this would be my entry, basically. If we can, let's say, still accumulate right here from like let's say 48 all the way to 55-ish, then I would want price to come back towards 99, so 22999, and then I would enter shorts somewhere like this.
So like right around VWAP.
Possibly. I don't even have it on my chart, I'm not gonna lie, but
yeah, it is right there.
Okay. All right.
Still getting these shorts coming in. Yeah, it still has a level at that 283 zone that I was mentioning to you guys. That has been previous, which we are literally testing right now. Previous support, and now, you know, we're testing it. But yeah, I would look for this to potentially break for continuation. It's hard to look for an entry here, especially when, you know, that pullback to the 23,000 area was a solid pullback. But we did
a wild hour chart too. If you look at that, what a wild 1 hour chart on the NQ.
Let's look at that.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yikes. Wow. Yeah. Took out this whole move.
I mean, we're below the open now, so.
I was looking at the chat and someone actually made me laugh. He said like he didn't like my chart colors.
Well, it's funny because the last time we had an ICT trader on, I actually asked him like, hey, is this a thing? Because every single ICT trader has light mode on for his chart.
Yeah, so, light chart. Yeah.
Kind of funny. You just continue the trend, man.
That's hilarious. Matt, you're not seeing any sort of news catalyst on this, right? This is
no, exactly. It said volume market downtick, no headline for move. The only thing that came out a little before was the petroleum reports. Those did come in kind of wacky, and then a volume drop in Apple. So something's going on there. Maybe it's just sellers, maybe it's just, you know, dealers, hedgers, whatever's going on. But you know, sometimes these, especially in lower volume, kind of, I know we're not choppy today, but we have been, you know, yesterday and for off and on for the last couple of weeks. The markets just look for an excuse to do something they want to do anyway, right? Yeah. And we talked about running back up to new all-time highs, But I think again, big money rules the markets and runs the markets, right? And it's still the big money in the stock market, the options chains, the ETF market, which influences a lot of the futures market. And so, it was one of those situations. I remember talking to somebody at one of the traders expos years ago, a floor trader in New York, and talking about the all-time highs and all that. And, and certainly we're influenced by recency bias, right? Like those of us that traded through COVID and after that, the markets didn't need an excuse to make new all-time highs. They didn't. They just crashed through new all-time highs again. It was a crash up. It really, really was. But then, traditionally in the markets, and for whatever that means, right? Like, the markets in the 1980s have little to no resemblance or influence to the markets today, but there's still conventional wisdom. When we make new all-time highs and we pull back, we often need some sort of catalyst or some sort of reason to go back and make a second or third or fourth new all-time high. And again, with all of the stuff that's on the docket right now, between the tariffs, again, coming into what's going to be a very influential earnings season, because the CEOs with the tariffs on deck yet again, they're not going to be able to dodge those questions again. So they're going to have to say how tariffs are influencing their business, how much they're passing on to the consumer. Inflation numbers are going to come out. There was also a very big discrepancy between the private sector jobs report and the non-farm payrolls that came out. Again, if you go back 3 or 4 years, currently the Trump administration and previously the Biden administration have both been accused of fudging those numbers a little bit and playing around with them. So there's a lot going on, and this feels like the markets are saying, you know what? Yeah, we're bullish, but we're not ready to crack up to new all-time highs yet again. We're going to pull back a little bit and just wait for this next series of probably leading all the way to the next Fed meeting before we kind of pick a longer term correction. Doesn't mean that we're going to chop around for the next 3 weeks, but clearly the markets are not ready to make a new all-time high yet again.
Absolutely, yeah. I am potentially, I hate to say that I'm looking for a long here, but I'm kind of looking for a long here. The reason being is because we are holding this 83 zone on ES. And, my stop would be this 41 area. So it would be a less than 10 point stop, but we'll see. Maybe I'll wait a little bit.
What would your confirmation be for this entry?
It would have been this 1 minute.
Okay.
I know this looks so bearish. I know it looks so bearish.
Wow, Sylvia's still short. Sylvia's still short from 23,085. That's a banger. Congrats.
All right, I just took that long. I know I'm catching a falling knife here, but yeah, we're getting the selling pressure coming in. I would have rather gotten this bounce here, but the reason I took that trade is because I was really looking for these buyers to step in here, which they still could, but definitely still more of me trying to catch a fallen knife. But I'm okay with the risk on this. It's 10 points.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's see what we get.
We should definitely not mention marbles right now, because otherwise it's going to drop.
This looks bearish. This is definitely bearish to me, but I'm really hoping that we do hold this 40 area, which, I mean, I would get stopped out which they're looking like they want to stop me out here. 40.25 is where I have my stop here. So they almost took me out, but we need to get back above VWAP. And then we need to get back above this 63 area. So I want to see buyers really step in here. This is a hero trade, guys. This is a hero trade. I'm really looking at this 82 zone on ES for us to continue above. But sellers look like they want to keep stepping in, because this VWAP zone on the 1 minute is really holding. So this probably would have been a better short entry. But I would rather take the long here, because like my risk is tighter on this. So if we can continue, if this is like the area that we bounce, we find a level of bounce at, then obviously this is going to be a sick trade. But Doesn't look like they just took me out. Okay, so I lost 285 on that. So I lost about half of what I made. Yeah, these sellers are coming in. These sellers are coming in.
It would indeed have been a great short entry.
Yeah, this VWAP level is really, really, really holding. But I was looking for a bounce here. I really am still looking for a bounce here. Probably all the way down. If we can continue below 31, we have room to 20 and then 900. But I was expecting a bounce here, not gonna lie.
We are sitting at the previous month high right now. Just touched at 22,934.50 on Nasdaq.
I'm still, yeah, guys. I honestly, I hate to be a contrarian here, but I'm still looking for a potential bounce here. This might have been the one. I just may have entered it too early, but
what gets you so convinced on that? Because I know you're a perma bear, actually.
I am a bear, of course. I'm still a bear.
But you're really trying to go for that long, which I have a lot of respect for. But what makes you so confident?
This is an area that, let me zoom out here. Actually, I'm not even on the right chart, but when I look at the zone, when I look at this area right here, not only was it like when you go to the 1 hour, let me go to the 1 hour. This is where, like, you know, this 24 zone is really where I would expect us to hold. Previous area of resistance and then turn to support. Now we're really like pushing into it, but obviously this would be invalidated if we just like slice through this, because then we have room down to 900. But this is kind of where I got that from the 1 hour. So I would have been looking for this 35 area, 40 area, or maybe even all the way down to, you know, 25 for us to hold. Now, I would not be initiating a short here. That's for sure. I would rather go long than go short, because my stop on a short, I mean, where would my stop be, right? Let's go back to the 1 minute here, because I enter on the 2 minute/1 minute. But my, you know, if I would have entered this short here at this VWAP retest, yeah, great. I would have gotten about like 20 points. See, I think this is where they're supposed to do. They're going to try to do it here. I think they're going to try to push it up here. So who knows? Like, I'm not going to re-enter this now, but this is kind of the zone. This is the area that I was looking for us to potentially hold. Now we're still rejecting VWAP, right? We're still rejecting VWAP. So kind of a tough area to go short, but also, you know, you could try to catch a fallen knife and go long here. But, you know, again, this VWAP level is going to really have to clear here.
Wait a second. Do you have a separate, like a different VWAP setting on that one? Because my VWAP
I might, yeah, but I don't, because my 1 minute might be different.
My VWAP is sitting at 23,000.
On the 1 minute?
On the 1 minute, yeah. On all the minutes.
Yeah, that is interesting. I don't know why. Oh, is that my 9 EMA? I'm sorry. That might be my 9. Yeah, that's my 9. That's my 9, and this is my 21. So the 9 EMA is really what's rejecting here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense.
I was like, yeah,
why the fuck is your VWAP that low? That makes no sense.
I know. I was like, wait a minute. This is what I was looking for, guys. This is the bounce that I was looking for. Got in a little too late on that, or too early, I mean. But this is kind of what I was hoping for and anticipating that we would get. So if this plays out, great. Great with not so great for me, but still great.
I kind of liked your longs though, Miriam. I was anticipating a pullback, so
yeah, right to that like 25 area was really what I was looking for. I really should have let it come down a little bit more, but it's all good. It's all good, and this can still reject here, but this is the move that I was really hoping for and looking for.
Yeah, Amos, you were looking for some shorts before. Is that still the case?
no. So basically, what happens is that looking at the previous candle on the 1 hour, we took out the lows here. So basically, this is a huge level where we could potentially reverse So I'm not looking to get into those shorts anymore. If I wanted to take those shorts, I really wanted to, use those lows as a target, really. So what I wanted to see was the low being formed right here, and then see a pullback to target this exact low here. But we took it out, so I don't have any areas where I have, I know the low is going to be taken out, basically. So right now, I am basically looking for a possible scalp to the upside, but I would want to see price driving down to sweep the 15-minute low here.
Okay, got it.
So yeah, I'm pretty patient. I'm not gonna lie. I don't take a lot of trades in a month, if you ask me.
How many do you take usually?
I take around like from 12, like 10 to 12, I would say.
Okay.
Trades per month.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait,
Like
is that per day?
No. Like basically my system is so, I demand a lot from the market. So for it to happen, it doesn't happen a lot.
So you're looking in the 3 to 4 trade a week
Yeah, exactly.
range. Well,
Yeah.
and that's interesting because again, I think it goes to show you that again, one consistency we've had on all of our guests, pretty much to a person, is these are not people that trade 10, 15, 20 times a day. Not that successful traders at that level don't exist. They certainly do. But I can tell you this. I had a conversation with somebody who led another prop firm, not this one, several months ago, and that said that there's a direct correlation between the higher number of trades somebody takes in their account and the higher rate of failure of evals, funded accounts, etc.
Absolutely.
So it's so interesting. Again, this is one we've had a great diversity of guests in terms of how long they've been trading, how young or old they are, how what instruments they trade, how they trade. But one constant has been I can't even recall somebody saying they take more than about 5 trades per day. Again, it's just very, very interesting to see, and it kind of reinforces something that we've talked about many times on the show. You take your shots, recognize when the market is not necessarily behaving according to what you want it to do for your style. But yeah, it's guys, when you're trading 10, 12, 15, I know a lot of people on Twitter post their results, whether they're looking for accountability or brag or whatever. And to see somebody like, I don't care if they made money or lose money. Like I saw one the other day, somebody was like averaging like 60 trades a day. Oof. And it's just really, I find it interesting and cool that most of our guests who are all of our guests who are all successful traders in their own right are in that, like, seem to be that 3 to 5 per day, or in your case, Amos, even less.
Yeah, I think basically how I view the market is basically with my system, I don't see a good opportunity every single day. So why would I take a trade? And I would rather be break even on the day than lose money. So it's all about the compounding effect. So let's say you're using Tradeify, which is what I use. You could basically, what I do is I settle for my A+ setups every time. I don't look for B setups or C setups. I would wait for my A+ setup to show, and then I would take on my risk. I would rather do that and be super confident in the play that I'm taking because I know it has edge, than just taking a lot of trades and a lot of stabs at lower probability trades.
Mm-hmm. You are pretty. Also, Miriam, are you back in a trade? I see.
I did re-enter that. This is gonna be my last trade, guys. If this doesn't work out, it's gonna be my last trade. I will probably lose like $300 on this trade, but yeah, I tried it. I took a stab at it. Unfortunately, again, I'm still didn't get the best entry on it, so I probably will get stopped out on this, which I just did right now. So last trade of the day, guys. I don't know what I took on that. 345 was my loss on that. So still up on the day, just not getting my entries. It's all good.
All right. Sorry, what I wanted to ask, Amos, you're a pretty heavy Tradeify user. I see in your content. Like, what do you like about the Tradeify accounts? I don't know if you use any other firms as well or anything, but what is it that you like about it?
Basically, what I like about Tradeify is that you don't have to pass any evaluations. That's really the biggest edge in the game, in my opinion, because let's say you you have straight to sim funded accounts. That's what I meant. You have access to growth and advanced, but what I really like is having access to straight to funded accounts, because for me, it's really hard to stay disciplined in evaluation phases, because I tend to, over leverage, or, not take it too seriously, just because I want to pass it as soon as possible to start making money. So when I saw there was trade to sim funded accounts, I couldn't believe my eyes. Actually, I started trading back in 2022, and 2022. So like the difference between what we had back then to now is just crazy. Like before we had two-step evaluations on futures, and now we have straight to sim funded accounts. So our life is way easier for prop firm traders, I would say.
Yeah. Nice.
Amos, what was the every trader has a moment, I think, or a series of moments over weeks or a couple of months but if there was one moment where, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean you took your first payout or you made your first, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, etc. But what was kind of the moment earlier in your career where you were like, you know what, I actually think I can do this. This is very possible.
That's a really good question. To be honest, I don't believe that you truly feel like you made it in trading, because I don't think there's like a haha moment, I would say, because you need to adapt to the market, like I said. But when I had the confirmation that I knew what I was doing was all in backtesting. Like when I was backtesting and I had my data all in a folder, I was like, oh my God, like if I actually follow my plan, like profits are just gonna come. It's inevitable. So it's not even in the live market, which is crazy. It was during backtesting. So yeah.
Interesting. Do you still do backtesting?
I do backtesting like on the weekends, let's say, just to warm up for the week, but not really anymore.
Okay, fair enough.
Because I already have the data. Yeah, I already have.
Yeah, you got your edge, you got your strategy, you know how to execute it. It's more like
exactly.
You're more like forward testing, I guess, and also, do you use the automated journal of Tradeify?
Of course, I use it.
How do you use it?
I'm dropping a video on it today, actually.
Oh, nice, sick! Looking forward to that.
Yeah, but yeah, basically, I used to. I was a big Tradezilla guy, but then I saw that Tradeify had the journal, so why would I use another journal?
Yeah, why not use an all-in-one platform, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome.
It's cool. Cool to hear. Also, background, Nick, if we could get a quick pull up to see how the chat is doing today. Are we green? Are we red? Are we flat? What's going on? That would be really cool.
Yeah, definitely an interesting area we're in here. I think market really trying to decide if we want to continue lower or start reversing.
Yeah, I want to see, right now I could look for a potential trade back to the upside. I want to see if that 15-minute candle could flip above the open here, which would tell me that looking at the body of the candle, that we are bullish. So right now we're still like fighting inside the opening price. And I'm looking to see if we could break above it, even break the high of that 15-minute candle to then see potential pullback. So right here, what I see is that we're holding the open. The open will tell you basically who's in control of the market right now. It's the bears on this 15-minute chart, basically. You could just take scalp based on the time frame that you're looking at, not necessarily, you don't need like let's say daily bias to frame a quick scalp of 5-10 points. So let's say here I see the open, I'm like, all right, we're below the open, the bears are in control. So if I see a break above this high here, then this would be a potential long opportunity to break that buy side liquidity level, which is an internal high. And this is what I will potentially get into. But let's say you are, like I said, if you can also predict wicks of candles. So let's see here, like I said, the 15-minute candle closed here. And I said I wanted to see price go down first to create the lower portion of that candle, so the down wick. And then if it flips above the opening price here, I have what I call the real market structure shift to then go back to the upside. So I never want to long if the previous candle's low has not been taken out, because I know it's most likely just to generate buyers, let's say fake buyers, and then boom, sell down.
Yeah.
But right here, let's say you enter here on the inversion for value gap, that's how we call it. Let's say we swept this internal low and we created that bearish gap. If we are truly bearish, we should have respected that gap here to create a new low. But right now we disrespected it. So we should see the most recent high. But I don't want to take this right now because this would be the most aggressive entry. I want to see if we can break, then pull back.
I see. Okay.
It's like a totally different approach, which is nice. Like I really like to see traders with different approaches. I respect everything.
Yeah, that's why it's super cool to have you on as well, because you trade completely differently to Miriam, Matt, and I. So that's pretty cool to mix it up a bit, Yeah,
I will say one thing though, is like we usually see this with ICT people, and that's why people don't really like that type of community, I would say, is because it's like a cult. Like people just, if you don't trade ICT, they will tell you, yo, you don't know how to trade, etc. And like they have some sort of ego. But I will say there, you could make money with anything really if you know what you're doing. Like you could make money with RSI, like moving averages, price action. So I respect everything. If you know what you're doing and you master your strategy, that's the most important aspect.
Absolutely.
I think that's an outstanding point, because I think people in this business, especially, it's interesting because the trading business, and especially in this world that the companies like Tradeify have created, it's so intricately tied with social media, right? And for all of the good that social media has brought, it's obviously brought a lot of bad as well. And it always strikes me, it brings me back to a phrase I heard many years ago, not related to trading, but I think it applies to trading as well. People would rather be right than get it right. People would rather bag on a particular strategy or trader or company or this, that, rather than say, you know what, none of this really fucking matters. I need to drill down and make money, right? Getting into it's why I've shut down a couple of arguments on this show before, and not from us, but from the stream, about, well, this strategy works, it doesn't work. It doesn't matter, right? Like there's not a strategy out there that I've used VWAP based trading pretty reliably for many years, and yet there's people that say it's garbage, it doesn't work. It's okay, and maybe it doesn't for them, right? But people are so, again, this is not to back in my day or go too old hat on you guys, but like it in the past, you just put your nose to the grindstone and get to work. Now it's not only about doing all this, but it's what I do is better than everybody else inherently. There can be two people who have diametrically opposed and opposite trading strategies, and as long as they control their trades and control their risk, they can both be profitable. So I love what you said there about, listen, this works for me. You're not saying it is the be all end all for anybody else or but it works for you. And again, people are just like, we want to be right on social media, or like we're not interested in getting it right and getting our trading right. It was something, thankfully, I can tell you it's probably a trap I would have fallen into when I first started. Social media was, of course, around then, but it's not as prevalent as it is now, where we have to regurgitate every thought into the Twitter sphere. But yeah, that's something that's always been interesting to me, and I love to hear you say that.
Yeah, I think too many people just look at a YouTube video and they think they're going to be profitable out of it. It's like you need to put in so much work in order to master that strategy in the first place. Yes, let's say you're using VWAP. Of course, you're not going to make money with it on the first day. Just be patient, analyze your losses, analyze your wins, and then once you have a lot of data, you will see that your losers look the same. They have one thing in common, possibly. And then once you know this, and once you can understand that, then you will possibly build something that has true edge inside of it. But like, it comes down to the amount of work you will put in with the initial framework you're using. It has nothing to do with if ICT is better than another strategy, or if the other strategy is better than ICT, in my opinion.
I love that.
I agree. I was just reading the chat. Joker said social media creates insanely bad expectations, in his opinion. True. Can be a great source of inspiration though as well. But you never know what is real and what is not.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, not only that, even somebody bragging about huge payouts or huge stuff in their account, and even let's assume it's a 100% legit, because there's a lot of really good traders out there whose numbers and what they do is 100% legit. But where I have issues with some of them is, listen, you can blast out a 10,000. Like Miriam did a $10,000 day last week, but you know what she didn't do? She didn't then go on social media and say, "Oh, this was just easy. All you got to do is do this and that." No. And we talked about it in the moment that, yeah, that was a fantastic day. But what you don't see is the hundreds, if not thousands of hours that are put in to lead up to that, to the point where you see the consistency that she has. So it's that's a problem that I have, where somebody makes it sound like it's very easy and all you got to do is buy their strategy or use their affiliate code or something like that, right? Like there's a lot that goes into this, and even the traders who are 1,000% legit in their profits have put in a lot of time, energy, effort, and money to get to that point.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah, I mean, chart time, to your point even earlier, Amos, like you brought up a good point of saying, like, you were in a really great position to have the time. You had all this time to, you were in school, had some free time to really spend on the charts. And chart time is something that we all always talk about, right? Like we always talk about the time that you spend looking at the candles, looking at the price action, understanding from an intuitive side how the market is going to move in a sense. And so that is often confused with trading time, and those things are very different, right? You can have chart time but not be actively in a trade, right? There's a lot of times where new beginner traders should be just looking at the market and really analyzing what's happening. And I think especially when you are beginner or starting off, like when you are in a position, it doesn't matter if you're in 1 micro or 1 mini or whatever it is, right? Like you have a psychological attachment to that trade as a new trader because you're just not used to what's going on in the market. And so you have to spend time understanding the charts, understanding what's going on, certain levels, what goes on there. And so, having that ability to spend time on the charts and then figure out what your risk is, like that's the biggest thing. Because even going back to that trade, I mean, a lot of times when you see these traders that are making like 5 figures, 6 figures on trades, right? You have no idea what their capital is like either, right? You don't know what they're risking on that trade. I mean, someone to make, $50,000, for example, we've all seen it, right? To make $50,000 on a trade, you could have had to probably risk at least 25K, right? A lot of traders don't have that kind of money. So don't let that sort of, it's a facade in a sense where, a lot of traders make it seem like, oh, that's easy money. That's easy money. Well, it took them many years to get there, right? And we don't know what kind of money people are working with these days either. So just, go at your own speed, go at your own pace. I mean, I think one of the biggest strengths that you seem to have is your consistency and your patience, right? Like the ability for you to be like, hey, I'm happy with this trade, regardless of what the P&L was on that trade. And then just being like, you know what, tomorrow's a new day and we'll go at it tomorrow. And I think that's what, a lot of new traders need to understand, or traders that are really struggling, is like, you don't need to be setting a price limit or a price point that you need to be making every single day, like going in and saying, I need to make $500 today, or I need to make $1,000 today. Get that out of your head, guys, because it's not going to be as linear as you think it's going to be. And it's some days you're going to lose more money than you wanted to, but it's just the name of the game. So I'm rambling, but I say all this to say that we love your consistency. We're absolutely going to continue to have you on in the future. And I feel like, you're just an inspiration for so many traders, even for me. I mean, I've been in this game for 5 years, but I'm learning stuff from you too. So
Thank you.
It's just refreshing. It's really refreshing. So can we get a W in the chat for Amos? I mean, he's just been killing it today.
Yeah,
like
W
with his
Amos.
analysis, with everything.
W Amos in the chat.
And I would say, like, back to your point, Miriam, you talked about, me having a lot of chart time because I'm young, but really what sped up my, my learning curve is the fact that I had my brother with me. Like, we don't talk about it as much, but if you are 2-person trading, or you're in a community and you're trying to build something together, you have multiple brains at the same time working on the same thing, you will outperform someone who's trying to work like a lone wolf, you know? Like this is why having community is so important, is because you could find a trading buddy and, you know, build with them. You know, I really think that having a community is super, super important. So you have, you know, that Tradeify community, make sure you guys find, you know, friends, you know, make sure you guys find people with the same goals as you and then build with them. There is so many people who have a huge drive and want to make it so bad. Just find someone like this in the community and build with them. Because for me, I'm telling you, I would never have been able to have my system that I have right now without the help of my brother at all. Like you have two brains, so it would have taken me twice the amount of time possibly. You know, for me, I was doing the backtesting for, let's say, 2024, and he was doing 2023. And then let's say what usually happens is the Dunning-Kruger effect, basically, in trading. It's like when you start trading, you think that it's going to be easy. It's like a mountain of stupidity, basically. And as soon as you keep digging into the chart, you realize that you know absolutely nothing about trading, and it's super complex, and you actually need to know what you're doing to make money consistently, or the market is just going to snatch the money back every single time. Or like, even if you make money for 2-3 months, the market will snatch it back in 2 weeks, let's say. So for me, having someone by my side just made the difference. And I really suggest you guys to take that time to, you know, build connections, because, you know, we have a lot of people that are good traders and, you know, willing to put in a lot of efforts on the Tradeify community. So, yeah.
I freaking love that you just mentioned the Dunning-Kruger effect. And actually, I'm gonna send this to Drew. Drew, if you can pull this chart up, because I really want to go into this a little bit further, because when you talk about this Dunning-Kruger effect, if anyone's ever heard of this or not heard of this, we're gonna throw up the chart here in a bit. But it's essentially this curve where you talk about like your ability or your understanding on a certain subject. It can be anything. It can be trading. It can be you know, understanding. One of the things that I'm working on right now is actually like how to utilize credit card points, for example, right? So like it's your understanding of a certain topic, right? And you kind of start at this low, right, where you don't know anything, right? We're starting at zero, and then you get to this point where you just talked about peak of Mount Stupid, where you're kind of like, you know, you underjudge how much you actually know, right?
The ego phase.
The what?
The ego phase, like you have an ego. You think you're good,
right? Yeah, you're like putting on all these crazy trades, and you might even be lucky, right? But then you start realizing like, oh crap, like there's so much to trading that I really don't know, right? And then that's where this peak goes down into this valley of despair of like, you really don't know a lot about trading, or you kind of realize like there's so much, it's such a vast area of knowledge that you really have to understand. And then you kind of get to the point, this is the valley of despair, is called the valley of despair because this is typically where people quit. Okay, this is typically where people are like, you know what, I'm done trading, fuck this, like I lost a lot of money, like this is never going to be something that I understand, because you get so overwhelmed with all the information that is thrown at you, because you had this nice, you know, like, all right, I'm learning, oh, I'm making a lot of money, but then you realize, oh crap, I just lost a lot of money. And now you start coming down this curve realizing, crap, there's a lot more that I really need to know and understand about trading. And then, you know, a lot of traders, like I said, a lot of traders quit here. But then you start, you know, some traders continue going and they start being like, all right, I got this, right? I got this, I can do this. And they start getting this, you know, move back to the upside, which is where that slope of enlightenment comes, right? You start realizing, okay, this might not be as bad. Yes, there's a lot that I need to know, but it's not that bad. And then you kind of start building a little bit sense of confidence. And then you start to kind of get to this point of plateau of sustainability, which is kind of what we call our consistency phase, right? You're doing well for yourself. There's a lot that, you know, you're still learning, but you created that consistency, you created that discipline. And that's where we all want to get to. And we call it a plateau because, you know, you're not really like, you're not going crazy, right? You're not like, you see how this line is very, very gradual, right? We're not like going at a straight peak back up again, right? This is a very gradual line, and we start to kind of just stay there, right? We start to stay there, but then our knowledge is also growing at the same time. So I really like that you mentioned that, and I really wanted to bring that up because I thought it was so interesting to really, you know, I talk about this in a podcast episode, actually, if you guys are interested in listening to that. But really cool that you mentioned that. So I love it. I love that you just mentioned
that. There's a point on there as well, Miriam, that it's just after the Valley of Despair, but probably a third of the way on the way to the Slope of Enlightenment, where I've seen referred to as Plato's point, right? Because the famous quote from Plato, I know that I know nothing, right? Where you come to this acceptance of understanding that you're nowhere near where you need to be, right?
Yeah.
And that's what sort of accelerates that curve to the Slope of Enlightenment. But yes, the Dunning-Kruger effect is very much in effect. And just go on to Twitter and look up any trader, and you'll see that there.
Absolutely. That's something actually, Matt, that I learned in school. If you want me to come back to that question you asked me earlier, that I learned in school.
Okay, there you go.
Miriam, I didn't want to interrupt you on the Dunning-Kruger effect, but I did take the bull flag long on the 1 minute.
Oh, nice. I love it. I love to see
break even on this, so either TP or break even. Let's see.
Yeah, guys, this area right here, I mean, it's tough. It's tough trying to catch a bottom when you're looking at these sort of trades. And, you know, I see this playing out now and I'm like, whatever. But, you know, this is kind of the area. That's why I was mentioning I wanted this area to hold. And we did get the hold. I was just too impatient with it, right? I was too impatient with it. But nice to see this nice recovery here to the upside. Obviously, some nice buying wicks here. And Nick just took that trade to the upside. What is your target on this trade, Nick?
Target would be the 5 minute candle body, or actually the 1 minute candle body here on the left, sorry, at 22,995, right above VWAP, right below 23,000 level.
Awesome. I love it. Love to see it.
Let's see if we can push through. But this is my... Sorry, really quick. This is my classic bull flag setup, right? We had this change of character on the 1 minute. Then obviously after a big push to the upside, we consolidated for like 3 minutes and then pushed right through it. So that's where I took my entry. And then once we were 15 points in profit, I moved to break even. Yeah, go ahead, Miriam. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just giving it up for you, giving you your flowers for that bull flag setup. So good job today. Yeah, we did good today. We did good today, team. I'm proud of us.
Yep. Yeah. Background Nick as well. He crushed it with that short. That was sweet.
Yeah.
Same as you. I mean, you both, Miriam.
It was a good day. It was a good day.
It was
definitely some good trades to be had. But yeah, it's such an interesting move. I mean, I don't know how you feel about like days like this where we get such a range of movement. You know, I don't know if these are good days for you or annoying days for you or whatever the case may be. But yeah, such an interesting move that we got. We're kind of just sitting at the open here. So we'll see what we get the rest of the day. But we do have FOMC minutes coming out later as well. So keep that in mind.
I would look for a potential long if we keep breaking highs here, actually. So let's say we hold in this portion and we keep breaking highs at around the time that I'm looking for a trade. I would look for a pullback play to scalp towards the upside. Right now, let's say this candle is telling me that the buyers are in control, that the sellers are, let's say, being squeezed on the hourly. So wicks do the damage, body tells the story. The body right here is below, so the buyers are winning. So I would expect highs to be broken. So I would wait a little bit for more extra confirmations, but could take a trade possibly in this hour.
Nice. Okay.
I did get the bottom ticked on that stop loss at break even, guys. So I hope this is not gonna run now. This would suck.
It wouldn't be a Tradeify moment if it didn't.
Yeah, well, I'm still happy with it. It was a good entry. I could have kept the stop below the flag, but I wasn't sure because we were right at mid price of today. So
we should have a segment of what would Coach Tink do? WWCT. Because I
He
feel like
actually
you
gave
would
us-
be
he actually-
giving us some lectures at this point.
he actually gave some good advice yesterday when he was on, Marion, when you weren't here.
I know. I need to review that. I need to go back on it.
Yeah, you should review it. It was good.
What did you take away from that?
For me, mostly looking at different instruments besides NQ when NQ is not doing what I want it to do. Because he said, like, I should go up to 3 instruments that I'm trading at the same time. I mean, I'm a huge focus guy. Like, I love focusing on one single thing, like having that simplicity. But he's very right. If there is a day, and recently there have been a lot of days during the London session, especially, where NQ is just not moving. And if that happens, obviously the chances of me doing boredom trades is way higher than if I can still look at different, like, let's say 1 or 2 different instruments, and maybe they have a move while NQ doesn't move. So I'm gonna look into that, but that was the main key takeaway.
Nice. All right. Matt, you looking at anything?
Yeah, we got some overhead orders stacking up here at 87, 23,000 and a little above. But it has been interesting since that initial taking out of that 23,000 level that we talked about in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the market before we ran up to it. We're running away from liquidity, which, again, when you look at any sort of behavior on an order book based chart, right? Running away from liquidity tends to, show we don't have the orders, right? If there's a bunch of buyers at one area and the market makers are taking price away from that area, it says they don't have the sellers to satisfy the buyers at that area, so they got to go accumulate some, right? So, let's see, the 11:20 Eastern candle notwithstanding, we've basically been in sort of a I don't want to say accumulation distribution because we're not seeing that, but basically kind of a wait and see approach on the markets. I did just see on my this may be why just a few minutes ago in the newsfeed it said, members, keep in mind we are waiting on additional trade letters to come out today. So apparently they're going to be sending out new letters like the little nasty one to Japan yesterday, so in Korea. So we'll see. Just keep in mind that's coming.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Great.
Right now, it's I can see the same type of analysis basically that I did on the previous candle. So let's say here, if the candle is going to close bullish, it should be accumulation first, creation of the down wick, flipping above the open, hold the market structure shift, distribute. So like this neckline here, what we call the breaker in ICT terms. I don't know exactly how you guys call it. I think change of character right here on the 5 minute. This is the area where you would want to see hold in order to create new highs. But right here also is an area where sellers could start to step in to defend their position. So there's always a reason why a seller would sell and a buyer would buy. So if you're right about this idea, you could possibly catch that whole move on the hourly all the way to the close.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That's what I'm looking for actually at the close of that candle. So
I would love a retest. I mean, I'm not going to take this, but if I was looking for another trade right now, I would love another retest of this like 95 area, possibly like liquidity grab around 2300, 23,000, 23,000, and then go short from there. But I would want that retest again, because right now, whenever we're sitting between like the VWAP level and EMA, the 9 EMA, I call that like my penalty box. I call that the area where, if we come back up to VWAP here, again, this is where I was getting that like 22,995 area all the way up to 23,000. But if we come up to this area and we just start like, maybe like pitter pattering up here and then reject, that's where I would look for a potential entry, and you can set a stop above, you could set it at like 23,007. So you would get, potential 10-point stop with a move back down at least to the midway part of this. So about 22,950, 960 area. But for me, I call this a penalty box because I wouldn't necessarily look to enter the trade in the middle of this. I would either look for a retest back to VWAP or at least breaking this 9 EMA. So, looking to enter around 966. The only thing with that is you have a little bit of more confirmation, but less reward on that potential trade. So otherwise, we hold this area right here and, we can continue back up. But I do see some selling coming in here. So who knows? Who knows? This might be another chance at a reversal here. We'll see.
Let's see. I'm glad I got out of that break even, not gonna lie. Because that's messy. And it looks like I would be stopped out here fully in a second if I wouldn't have had my break even move.
Yeah, this 65 zone is still going to be a key area as well. I was kind of mentioning that earlier as the level that we want to hold here. So if we can continue getting this move, then we'll get a move to the downside. Otherwise, this will hold. This will be like a little bull flag that we create, and then get the move above. But the thing I also look at is how are ES and NASDAQ in moving in conjunction with each other, which they are both holding their 9 EMAs on the 5 minutes. So that is something that is good to see. At least they're both in sync with each other, which we haven't been getting a lot of that lately. Mas, I don't know if you found a little bit of a trickiness trading either or with the divergences we've been seeing between futures, but yeah, I don't know if that's something that you look for as well when you're trading.
Yeah, I look for those divergences. But what did you say just before? Like,
it's just been so hard. I feel like so difficult to trade one or the other. When we've been seeing ES, for example, being stronger than NASDAQ on some days.
In the last few weeks, ES and NQ are making different type of moves, which is
wow. Do we have news? Sorry. But this move was pretty aggressive, pretty strong.
Yeah.
Sorry, Amas.
Yeah, it's all good.
How dare you?
Okay, so a trade letter to the Philippines, 20% tariffs. Also, Trump to impose 25% tariffs on goods from Brunei. I've never heard of that country.
What? Oh, well, yeah, you're American.
BRUNEI. Are we tariffing more penguins? Trump posts trade letter to Algeria, 30% tariff.
Ooh, that's my country.
Oh, you're from Algeria?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Welcome, marhaba.
You're from Morocco?
No, I'm not Moroccan, but I'm Arab, so I'm all from all sorts of places, part Egyptian, part lots of things. But I love Morocco. Morocco is really cool. Algerians are dope too.
Nice.
Awesome. Yeah, that makes sense why you speak French.
Yeah, I live in Canada, so in Montreal, so we all speak French here. But
that's awesome.
I was born in Algeria.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I remember going to Morocco and it was like no one. I thought I'd be able to get around really well because I speak Arabic. It's all French. It's It's like I was like, what is this? I have no idea where.
Oh, there you live in Canada. There, we don't hear you don't have a Canadian accent though.
Yeah, I'm French Canadian.
Oh, okay.
Like,
so you like the Timmies, huh? Do you start your morning with the Timmies every day?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
He's like, no.
Not to fall into too many Canadian stereotypes, but
yeah.
I gotta know, are you a coffee drinker then? You gotta be if you're Arab.
Absolutely. I cannot start my day without a coffee. Yeah,
there you go.
Started the coffee pretty young too, so
yeah, exactly.
Now we finally need that answer. How old are you actually?
I'm 22 years old.
22.
Yeah.
That could be your dad.
Thank you for pointing that out, Miriam. I
had to take my chance.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I missed one day and I'm like brewing with things to say.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, I love it.
Noted.
Listen, we have many months to come of you coming back at me, so I'm here for it. I'm ready.
Be nice, kids. We should do another giveaway because we still have two accounts to give away. Actually, we do have. Let me just double check, guys. But I think yes, I'm right. We do have two 150K growth accounts to give away. So we should do that. We're currently sitting at, let me check. We're sitting at 658 likes. So let's get the stream to 711. The OGs know why 7 and 11, but 711 likes, and we're going to do another giveaway. All right.
That's funny. Miriam could be a mess. I don't know how old you think I am. I'm not that old. That's fun. 7-Eleven. Oh, taking me back. You know what number I'm not gonna ever forget? Actually, I already forgot it.
Nice.
I was thinking of the one day that you got ticked out, and it was what was it? Was that the day? Do you know what I'm talking about, Nick?
1107.
1107. Yep.
Yep.
Thank you.
The
I knew there was a
1107
7 in there
candle.
somewhere.
That wrecked me.
That's why he gets so quiet for 1 minute on the stream every day.
Always. Always. But you know what's funny, Miriam? Well, it's not really funny, but the 1107 candle. Oh no, it was actually the 1106 candle that ate your stop today.
Was it?
It was almost the 1107.
You would know that for me.
Well, I pay attention to your
That
trades, you know?
number. You should just have a line on your chart at that time every single day, just to remind you. Moment of silence.
I'll try to remember all your trades, all the entry times, everything.
Man. Ooh, giving me some traumatic feels.
Yeah.
Amas, what do you? I gotta know. What do you do on your off day? Like, what do you do when you're not trading? Like, are you into any sort of sports or hobbies? What sort of non-trading related activities do you get into?
A good question.
What are you kids up to these days?
Actually, I do. I play soccer. We call it football where I am, but yeah, I play soccer. Like right now, I'm pretty old. Let's say for playing at a high level. You know, when in soccer, basically, if you don't make it at around like 16 to 17, then you just play for fun. You know, so I play for fun. I also go to the gym. Make a lot of YouTube videos, you know, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Pretty simple guy, you know. I have a pretty boring life.
Hey, I don't call it boring. I call it peaceful and simple, and that's totally fine. We like a peaceful life, so
Same.
I love that. As long as
Drama-free and unproblematic. That's the
there you
ways
go.
to go.
The only chaos you're really seeing is on the charts. Then I think you got it good. That's
Nice.
awesome.
All right, we got the keyword set up here, and Amas, since you're still here, I'm gonna do this in honor of you again. So
Thank you.
This has been a banger stream. Like all your analysis was really cool. The chat loved you so far. So we're gonna do a marble race for you again. Guys, as usual, you have to make sure that you have liked the stream. You have to make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. And then once I drop the keyword, only type it once, okay? Typing it more than once will get you disqualified. The keyword is actually, Dan Wiz actually just leaked it. It's W space Amaz, all right? W Amaz is the keyword. Go for it. Wiz, I know that was an accident. Or you can read my mind. I don't know.
Nice. I love it. Uh-oh, Nick disappeared again. He just really doesn't want to be part of these marble races, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, you know, it's a tech issue if Nick disappears during a marble race.
Yeah. Yeah, not a... He's in the background like, what the hell?
He's cursing in 3 different languages right now.
Love it. We'll have him back soon. We'll make sure we wait for this before we do it. Actually, let's just get it ready. Drew,
Yeah,
hurry up.
let's do it. Let's do it before he gets back.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. Ooh, nice little buying pressure coming in here on ES as well. What a fake out candle that we had.
I'm
Man.
looking to trade that continuation right here. If we can break above this high and then see a possible pullback, actually.
Nice. Yeah, we got a few orders to the sell side at 23,005 and then 23,015.
Hey guys, I'm back, and I heard
Oh,
you.
there he is.
I heard you.
No, you didn't. That wasn't us.
Don't you think you can run a marbles race without me? Like, come on.
It's over. We just did it. It's done.
I saw everything, Matt. Don't lie to me.
Finished it.
I saw everything. I don't know why that keeps happening. If anybody in the chat knows, it's literally just my streaming tab literally goes as if it wouldn't have internet connection. The rest of my browser, all my charts, everything still working. Literally just my streaming tab. I have no idea why.
It's your market maker listening.
Probably. Is it
Maybe we
Mario
got
S as
people.
well, or who is my market maker?
I don't know. It's someone that clearly doesn't want you on the stream.
Probably Drew. Probably Drew because I pissed him off, you know.
Somehow you said something like 2 weeks ago.
Drew has a long memory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Common
I mean-
voice, but don't let that deceive you.
Still, VWAP is still acting as a very nice zone of resistance here. Not breaking it for now. On NQ.
Yeah, I feel like this is also like a golden pocket Brett / DJ Nick sort of day for sure. I mean, let's look at the fibs here. I don't know. I mean, I don't trade the golden pocket, but I could imagine that there's some areas that we would be bouncing at. Let's look at this. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'm doing this wrong, Nick. We need DJ Nick to come on here and describe this, what we're seeing here, because I don't.
We got a big dose of DJ Nick yesterday.
Ah, I missed
did,
that.
yeah.
I know.
We had him on yesterday.
I heard.
We had to meet our quota of people with hair, so
Oh,
so he
right.
needed to pop on for a bit.
Well, if
And-
I did this right, little Nicky, let me know. He has so many nicknames: Amerinick, DJ Nick, Italian Nick,
Chicago Nick.
Chicago Nick.
Just little Deegan.
I mean, it kind of seems like we are rejecting the 618 potentially for another short, but I don't know. I'm not a golden pocket trader, so
Well, I hear or see Drew saying that we're ready for the marbles race, so let's pull it up. And the race for 2 150k growth accounts. Should we do first place and last place get one?
I like that. What do you guys
Yeah,
think?
let's do it.
Nice.
Yeah? All right, let's do it.
Cool. So first place gets a 150k growth account, and last place gets a 150k growth account. The person that now gets second place is going to be so pissed. But anyways, let's drop the marbles.
This is fun.
This one again looks like Rainbow Road on Super
I was
Mario
just thinking that, yeah.
Mario Kart.
Yeah, we need some Wii music or Mario Kart music. Hopefully they wouldn't ban us from any copyright issues.
They would.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right, we have Ash in the lead right now. Well, it's very, very close. We have, wait, Abreu Silva in the lead. That's a confusing name. Supernova in the lead. Oh, this is a crazy track. Jennifer in the lead. Cat Daddy in the lead. Wait, we have a cat mom and a cat daddy in the chat? Nice.
Nice.
Anybody still typing WMUS? You can stop for the giveaway, but you can still type WMUS for MUS, obviously.
Cat Daddy. It's a great one.
Daddy. I'm pretty sure it's Nick. Background Nick is Cat Daddy.
Yeah, he has another account. No, that's Matt for sure.
Or Matt, yeah.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
All right, we got our first winner here. Our first winner of a 150k growth account is Abrao Silva. So make sure to type something in the chat really quick so we see you're there. And then also, let's see who makes it last to the finish line.
Ooh, nice selling pressure we're getting here too. Of course, it's always during a marbles race.
See? I'm telling you, marble
It
race,
really is.
marble races equal the market to drop. That's just how this works, you know? There's no way out. Ooh, the flame is coming now, so better get across that finish line, but be last. I think it's CJ Johnson, but let's see.
It's almost harder to be last than be first.
There's like one guy up there, the Y scalper. Whoop, just got flamed. All right, Drew, if we can pull up the leaderboard and go to the last person who made it across the finish line. Who was that? Last person was CJ Johnson. Congratulations. You also won a
Nice.
150k growth account. So type something in the chat really quick. And you and Abrao both add your email addresses to your YouTube channel description so we can reach out to you and send you your code for the free accounts. Congrats, guys.
That's awesome. Do you guys like when we do the first and the last sort of situation, or do we just keep sticking to the number one spots?
That's actually a great question. Maybe they hate it.
Who knows? I mean, best loser wins, right?
Very true.
Great book.
Yeah.
That too. I read it like 10 times when I started trading.
Love it. Well, we're getting a nice little rejection of VWAP here. I would expect a new low. If we can't hold 940, I expect a new low.
Hey, wait a second. We have a problem in the chat. CJ Johnson has not yet claimed.
Ruh-roh.
So, CJ Johnson, type something in the chat or you're going to lose your 150k account. Please. Don't win and not type.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I haven't been seeing anyone type. Am I the only one?
No. Chat is frozen for me as well, actually.
All right, we got to give CJ a couple minutes then.
Yep.
Is that possible? Chat to get frozen like that?
Oh, yeah.
Seems like it. Because our chat is never frozen. That's for sure.
That was me.
But I'm actually gonna use that opportunity really quick because there's the chat.
Holy crap,
We
there
are
it is.
back. We are back. Holy shit.
This is all your market maker, Nick.
Yeah, it seems like it. And TJ Johnson did type. He's here, so congratulations. Also, I am gonna use this opportunity anyways to already say goodbye to you guys from my end because I have to drop out early today, unfortunately. Miriam and Matt will obviously kill the rest of the stream as they usually do. But I just wanted to thank you for being here today. It was an amazing stream. It was a funny stream. As usual, you guys in the chat, you crushed it. The comments are funny. The questions are good. So let's keep that going tomorrow. I'm back tomorrow and wish you all a good time for the rest of the stream.
We love you, Nick. Have a great
Bye,
time.
See you guys.
Have a nice day.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink.
I love it. Well, looks like we don't have our marbles race king anymore, but
Well, but that means we don't have to do any more of those.
yeah,
Okay, so, you know.
yeah.
Not that we don't like them, but yeah. We'll come up with some more creative ways for giveaways, guys. So, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, Amas, I don't know if you see anything here. I mean, it's been such an interesting market so far. Anything that you see on your end right now?
Right now, actually, I don't look for a trade actually because we couldn't break above this high, which means that the sellers started to step in, and you see that candle. Let's say if I'm on the hourly chart, yes, the body tells me that the buyers, you know, are in control a little bit, you know, from the beginning of that hourly candle, but this body is starting to shrink, and the up wick is getting bigger than the down wick. So right now, we're most likely not going to see bullish candle close here on the hourly. So I'm not even looking for trades. Sellers started to step in and invalidated my thesis. So yeah, I'm just gonna look for a trade possibly in the PM session. And yeah, that's possibly what's gonna happen.
Yeah, you're muted, Miriam.
Love that. Love that.
I was going to say, whatever you were saying was super important, though, and it was some real meaningful shit right there.
I was really into it.
I mean, you were getting really expressive there.
I'm like,
if we didn't have a guest, I would have let you go on for a minute.
like, wait, can you just repeat all of that?
I'm going to let you go for like 60 seconds and see if anyone noticed.
I thought I disconnected for a second.
No, I muted because the garbage truck was outside my office, like going crazy. So I forgot. But what I was trying to ask is, do you have like a set time in the mornings where you're just like, you know what, after this time, I'm not even going to look at a trade. I'll just come back in the afternoon. Or is it just whenever you're, you know, because usually like lunchtime will be a little bit slower, but I don't know if you have like a set time where you kind of look to stop trading and then come back later.
To be honest, when I take a trade on all of my accounts and it was, let's say, my A+ setup, not a quick scalp, I'm done for the day. So if I see it during the PM session, it could be during PM, but I trade throughout the whole day. But like I said, I have a time window where I take the trades based on a theory from ICT himself, which states that in the last 10 and the first 10, there is an increase in liquidity, or there's either consolidation or increase in liquidity, so you can find higher probability scalps. And this is what I trade. So my trades are always from that time window. But if I don't see a trade, I just wait for the last 10, first 10, basically, for a scalp.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, it's a really different approach. I know that a lot of people are taking trades from, let's say, 9:30 to 11:30 or to lunch, but for me, I couldn't find any consistency in that time. Like, just looking at that time window, it's like I don't know how you guys trade exactly. Do you guys? I know you guys use Bookmap, but do you guys use like footprint charts or TPO charts?
You know, it's interesting that you bring up footprint charts. I know, Matt, you use Sierra, and they have like a footprint aspect to it, right? I haven't used Sierra, but
yeah, I haven't played around with it as much. Footprint charts were something I was looking at for a time, and usually in my career, I found out like I'll learn something new, and no matter how good it is for me, like I'll put it aside for a little while and then give myself the benefit of the time and come back to it. So I that's something I think I probably will revisit sometime. And again, learning Sierra is a full-time job, so it's time becomes an issue at some point. So it's something that's on my to-do list, but right now it's kind of going back to the two things I'm actually working on right now are getting Bookmap all set up, and also I decided last week I hate the way I have my monitors and everything set up, and I'm scrambling. I just I told you guys, especially before I moved back in November, I had the same different computers, but same setup, same monitor, same desk, same chair, same everything for 6.5 years. And so it was a big adjustment. And so I found that I have too much going on at too wide a field of view here. So I actually just yesterday ordered a kind of a monitor arm stack and a few things just to get things a little more under control for me, because I still catch myself like, if I'm looking for some specific move, my eyes go to like if I'm looking for something Renko, my eyes go to it to my left where I used to keep my Renko charts. They're not there anymore. I got to click off on another tab on TradingView. That has thrown me off and cost me way too many trades. So it's one thing, I've got to get that under control. And so those are the main things I'm kind of working on right now. And then I do intend to circle back to Sierra probably after the wedding in August and really zone down on that for about the next 2 or 3 months.
Yeah. I actually started getting into footprints a little bit more. I wanna get. I've been learning it. I haven't implemented it yet, and you still need to back test it, all that. But footprints has been something that I've been meaning to work around with using book maps. I think there's a lot of traders, or at least a few traders that I've been kind of like observing a little bit, and they use both of them. Because yeah, book maps is definitely, it's nice, but I definitely don't think I'm using it to the best ability, and I need to definitely restructure how I use it. But it's a nice feature, and I think using footprints could add value to that as well. But definitely don't want to like overcomplicate it either. So it's nice to kind of stick to more of a simplistic plan and kind of stick to what you know. So I think as you get more involved in your trading, you kind of start to look for other features and other things. But you always have to remind yourself, what made you a good trader in the first place, right? You didn't overcomplicate it. You didn't add too much to create more noise. It's just more to use it towards our advantage to help with our setup. So yeah, I know that you like to keep it pretty simple, and I think that's amazing, Amos. And I heard you earlier. You said you don't even use like VWAP or indicators. I mean, it looks like you have a pretty clean chart,
Yeah.
and that's amazing. So
Yeah, I used to trade footprint charts, on Sierra chart. I used to have, my TPO chart, all my levels marked out, point of control, volume, point of control, single prints, etc. But at the end, let's say that style didn't really fit me because it was more, I couldn't find quick scalps, consistently, which was my play style. This was more to frame a bigger picture play. And for me, I have a hard time with that approach, basically because my brain I cannot have a high RR, basically, because I don't know why, but when you have a high RR, for me, basically, like, I tend to lose a little bit more. And when I lose more, let's say I lose 60% of the time, even if you're profitable, my brain just tells me that I'm getting lucky on my winners just for some reason. So I just stick to low RRs and quick scalps in and out pretty quickly. So yeah, that's why I dropped Sierra charts and footprint charts. But it definitely has edge, of course, looking at the volume and etc. inside a candle, of course. But for me, it wasn't the approach that made it for me.
yeah. No, that's always great. And like you said, you found something that works for you. You found something that, it fits your strategy. Doesn't mean that it can't help someone else, but always work with what works for you and stick to that, and just, look at that setup that, helps you in your journey. And we love it, Amos. We love to see that you're still in this 3-year mark, and we're excited to see you continue growing. We absolutely loved having you on today, and we hope to continue having you in the future, and see your growth. So give guys W in the chat again for Amos, for just like, we got to give it to you.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate it. We'll definitely be having you back at some point. Thanks very much, Amos.
For sure. Yeah, I actually have to go now. I have to do a giveaway on my YouTube channel, basically. Yeah, I'm giving away 12 50K accounts. Right?
What? Dang.
So 12 50K accounts, 4 straight to sim funded accounts, 4 50K gross, and 4 advanced accounts on Amos PFT. So if you guys want to show up to that, it's at 12:30 p.m. right now. So
how convenient, right? As soon as our stream ends.
Literally.
That's perfect.
Well, I'm glad you didn't steal away some of our viewers, but yes.
Basically, like, what happened was that, like, I was supposed to be on stream for, let's say, an hour and a half, but I didn't even look at the time, and I was having fun. So
well,
yeah.
We appreciate you for sticking
on,
and I know the chat loved you, and great, amazing analysis that you had in trades. We'll definitely be having you back. Guys, go follow Amos on his YouTube channel. We pinned it to the top of this chat here, so make sure that you give him a follow and show him some love.
And as soon as we're done here in 20 minutes, get over to his stream and win yourself an account, guys.
Thank you guys so much. Hopefully we'll see each other pretty soon.
We will. Absolutely. For sure.
Right,
Thank you so much. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
So guys, I do want to say before we get going, just to acknowledge what just happened in the chat. So we're seeming to have some people that want to change their YouTube usernames to try to win an account. When you enter, when the bot registers your entry, we get your channel URL, right? So we know who the authentic person is. If we catch you, and this just happened, somebody changing their name to try to claim a winner, we hide you from the channel, which means you can still watch the show. You can still comment. We won't see it, and neither will anybody else, which means that is a perma ban for any and all giveaways. So if we catch you doing that, you will permanently be banned from any giveaway. So just keep that in mind. It hasn't been a problem until very recently, but yes, that came from Background Nick, who is now banned the fake CJ Johnson. So to the real CJ, we got your URL. We're gonna get you your account. But yeah, guys. I mean, listen. In any system, somebody's gonna try to game it, and now we've caught it, and now we've told you what the consequences are. So anybody that it happens to from here on out, that's on you. And don't do that shit.
Yeah. You just gotta say, what are you doing?
You're getting better. You're getting better.
See, I'm like playing with the cadence a little bit. So
yeah, it is a cadence thing. It is a cadence thing. So
I've been watching.
So you've got to explore. There's so many female impressions that I don't have the vocal range to pull off. So we definitely need to get you on some of them. Maybe we can get an Oprah at some point. I think that we can get an Oprah and Dr. Phil.
You get a free account, and you get a free account. Yeah, we'll work on those, but yeah, guys, have some integrity. Come on, like we got a lot more of these giveaways coming on, so you don't want to be getting banned just for a free account. Come on,
I mean, yeah. If you cheat, like that. Like we're not mad at him. We're just upholding the integrity of our giveaways. So he tried to sneak one by us. All right, won't be the first, won't be the last, but now we've told you what the consequences are.
Yeah. So. Anyways, Matt, I mean, interesting range that we've just been sitting in here on both futures. I mean, we're really kind of squeezing. Not much happening, guys. Not much happening. I mean, we got this nice move to the upside and the initial move, and then, kind of topped out at that 23,100 area, which was the area that we were talking about in the pre-market, right? We were talking about this 100 area. I'm going to move to the 1 hour chart so you guys can really see what I was looking at. I know there's a lot going on my charts here, but look at this zone. Look at this zone that we really topped out at on Thursday's high, right? Thursday's high. And I told you guys, we really need this breakout to have any sort of continuation, right? And that's something I had mentioned is if we can get some acceptance above this 100 area, then I think we continue the upside. Unfortunately, we just didn't get it, right? There was no acceptance above it. And you can see right here at this 101, 112 area, we kind of pushed above it. And then nice rejection. I mean, this was almost an engulfing 1 hour chart, 1 hour candle that we got here. And now we're just kind of moving sideways, right? We're moving sideways. We're still holding that 930, 900 area. We got all the way down to 919 on the NASDAQ. And now it's just, still the same sort of range we're talking about, guys. Still the same sort of range. Like this is, we might get a move later after the FOMC minutes. I don't have super high conviction that we will, but just depending on what we get here, we'll kind of determine what we go into tomorrow, right? What we're going to see tomorrow. And I know, Matt, you said that there was some tariff news, or at least I know tariff news kind of came out today, but we're going to get more of that coming out in the rest of the week as well. So definitely be watchful on that. But again, still in this range. We really have this range all the way through, the 778 level, which was Monday's low. So yeah, guys, still in this range. We could still experience some choppiness, but if you capitalize on this move to the upside and the downside, congratulations. Right now, not much going on. So I would sit this one out, especially if you made a profit, on the TAY.
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been the theme of most of the last month or two. Like the market gives you one, maybe two opportunities in a given day, and if you miss those, it's slow going at that point.
Yeah. So we'll see. Interesting too, if you guys are options traders, I was looking at SPX as well. SPX kind of filled the majority of its gap. Let me just pull it up. And I look at SPX in conjunction with ES to kind of observe where we could potentially go. And you guys can see we had this nice gap that we had from 62.48 all the way down to this 62.25 area. So we did come down, when we started breaking into this gap. And we filled the majority of it, right? And again, when I talk about gaps tend to fill, and they tend to fill, at least partially, right? We don't always see a complete fill of the gap, but they tend to get into it. So these are the plays that I used to look at when I traded options a lot. And yeah, you can see we pretty much came down to fill the majority of it, and now we're just kind of consolidating. So that was something that I would have been looking at for in conjunction with ES. And so those levels, you know, if I was looking to play the downside on, you know, this gap fill, essentially, I would have been looking at this like 295, 300 area to break, which is essentially what we had talked about in the pre-market as well. So that's another thing to consider as well for all my options traders out there. Matt, do you still trade options, right?
I do. Actually, I was looking at, I again, because I'm in the process, moving a little money around, putting a little more into a couple of accounts, that I was going to start getting a little more aggressive with some of the option plays. I'll tell you one thing that I've done very consistently in the past. In fact, I closed one like 2 weeks ago. One thing I've done consistently over the past about 3 to 4 years is every time the VIX gets really low, meaning probably about 12 to 13. And I don't know if we're going to get there the rest of this year, or at least not for the next few months. But you recall we were in an area where the VIX was really, really low for a time. Let me pull up the chart here and just... let me get to the daily. It's just a little easier to see that way, as crazy as the chart is. Yeah, so we were actually below 13. We get below 14 or even below 13. I'm loading up 20 calls. I've done that very consistently post-COVID. Again, it hasn't happened as much, but especially with below 15 really puts it on my watch. Below 14, I'm definitely getting into some things. And usually I go about 6 to 8 months out. And buy 20 calls or maybe a little higher. I just want cheap calls, right? This is kind of, I don't want to say lottery ticket because that implies the wrong mentality, but it's especially if I start loading up longs, I'm always going to have long-term VIX calls as both a hedge and again, because every now and then, and especially under Trump, you're going to get something that, you know, when this tariff mess started, I closed, I think it was October, because it was before I moved, that I loaded up some 20 calls, and then I loaded a few more up as we dipped below here at the beginning of December. And then I moved out of all of them. Actually, I believe right about here in March. I'd love to tell you I held it up to the 30s. In the 40s, but I didn't. But it was again, it's a nice little winner that you can get from time to time if you can make it work. But it works as a hedge and a directional play. So I'm going to be looking for a few things here or there. The more I have in that account, obviously, the more aggressive that I can get. But I did, you know, when we moved back in November, I tried to take a lot off my plate once we started the house hunt, right? Because again, we've talked on this show, when you've got a lot going on, it's one of those things where you can get too easily distracted. So if I'm trying to do the things I was doing educationally then, and also do my own trading, and also try to monitor options positions, and try to go through, you know, a move and a mortgage, and setting up movers, and trying to set up movers while both me and my fiance are working full-time jobs, and we have 6 pets that we had to deal with. It was a lot. So I really scaled a lot back. And then I kind of told myself, you know what, I want to give the new administration a few months just to see how things are going to go. Again, the volatility that he brings to the market, I don't know that we're going to see those ultra low levels in the VIX again, even if we get back to new all-time highs. But there may be some other things. Yeah, we'll talk. Again, once you start making some good money in trading, guys, it always makes sense. You know, we always talk about, you know, the entrepreneurs amongst us will always have multiple income streams. In trading, you can have multiple income streams, right? You can do your day trading. And I'm going to throw out numbers, don't see it, but let's just pretend you make $500 a day on average, or let's say $1,500 a week, right? Let's keep it very simple in options, or in your futures trading. But you can make an additional $1,000 to $1,500 per month in options, right? And I know people want to do a lot more, but I'm trying to keep this very, very simple. Imagine how that adds up. That can be an extra 12 to 15 grand at the end of the year. That's a lot of money. I don't care if you're making, you know, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 trading. That's still a lot of money for a lot of us. That would make a huge difference now. Or think back to when you didn't have as much money and how much that would have made. The college me would have gone crazy on that, right? So yeah, it's one of those things to create some different income streams within your trading. Now, options, obviously, selling credit is huge, and that's something that I do not have a $1 million options account, but if and when I ever do, I'm going to do nothing but sell credit in there and put the numbers to work for my to my benefit. But right now, it's still mostly just chart reading for me.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of ways. I mean, that's kind of the cool thing about options too, is why I got into it. I know it's super complicated. It's one of the hardest, you know, things to learn, strategies to learn in terms of even understanding options. But a lot of our traders have switched over from trading options to trading futures because of the simplicity in trading futures. Now, of course, we all know like futures started off as a hedging strategy, right? Like you would use it as hedging, and then it kind of turned more speculative, more of a speculative strategy for a lot of people, which is what all of us use it for the most part when we're trading here. So, you know, when we talk about moving from options to futures, it really is it's more simplistic, but essentially there's a lot of good money to be made in options, especially if you have shares, right? Like if you own some shares in some of these big name companies like Amazon and Nvidia and whatever it is, and over time you grow to the point where you have, you know, 100 or 100 plus shares, you can start creating some passive income for yourself. I mean, again, there's still risk to it, right? But you can start selling some of these options and really just sit back and wait for those options contracts to expire and start making, like, you know, decent profit off of those. So definitely a way for a lot of ways to make money in the trading world. And that's what I love about this, is that, you know, the upside potential is really uncapped when it comes to trading. And it's so different with when you compare it to other jobs. You know, and of course there's a risk. It's not conventional by any means. Of course, there's always the days where you can be losing money or have your streaks where you're just not doing so great. But the great thing about it is when you do really compare it to businesses or any other business, I mean, most businesses fail in the first, like, you know, year, let alone 2 years. And a lot of businesses don't even make it past 7 years. So, you know, when you look at it from that perspective of a business, I mean, it really is something that you can be profitable really quickly with it. And it really does come down to you as a trader, right? You as a person, to uphold those business standards and make sure that you are sitting in a place where you can still continue to make a profit and not make, you know, those dumb moves where you're just losing money constantly. So yeah, I think it's a really cool area to be in, because like I said, the upside potential really is uncapped. And you know, you do have to show up as your own boss, but even what Amos was talking about earlier, having a community, having some traders that you can really like work with and gain insight from. And obviously we come on here and kind of give you guys our insight and what we're looking at, I think is really important to your trading journey. So yeah, I think it's really great to see all of our guests here with that have come on and had their own insight on their own trading journeys. And it's just so cool. I just love this area. I know we talk about like how it can just be so exhausting sometimes, but it really is something that is amazing to at least have an understanding of. Whether you are day trading like us or you're a swing trader, there's definitely money to be made. And I think it's so cool what you can do.
Absolutely. And guys, you know, it's now is if you're my age or younger and you're having, you know, kids or, you know, whatever, you need to educate them on this stuff, right? Like this is, you know, I don't look back with any regret or say, oh, my parents didn't educate, because that level of education didn't really exist like in the 90s, right? Like, you know, futures were not accessible. Even options were not accessible to retail traders. Hell, even stocks were crazy. One of the guys I used to work with at TradeStation used to talk about, he opened an account with what was not even TradeStation at that point. And it used to be, like, you know, you had to call in trades, and it was like, I don't care if you just sold 10 shares of a $5 stock, it was a $50 processing fee, right? Like just outrageous shit. So make sure I'm not saying your kids need to be traders or anything like that, but at least educate them on the markets and the accessibility of the markets. And honestly, guys, I mean, I'm not a financial advisor, so don't take this as financial advice, but if you have any kind of young kids, go open a brokerage account in their name, throw, even if it's $100, but hopefully $500 to $1,000 in an account, buy the SPY and just don't touch it, and hand it to them when they're 18 and going into a trade or going to college or whatever, right? Because that's just sort of the nature of the markets. And so, you know, this is the type of stuff that needs to be taught to the next generation, because let's face it, and again, this is not a politics statement, guys. I'm not saying good, bad, indifferent. You know, I'm in my early 40s right now. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and they're not going to be there when I'm 80. They're just not. They're not feasible right now, even with the latest bill and all that. So we can't count on that, which means it's on us, right? It's the old pull yourself up by your bootstraps the etymology of or the history of that phrase is a little interesting if you want to look it up. But like, I'm not counting on anything, anybody, or I'm going to be responsible for my family with that, and it's always a good mentality to have, even if everything gets fixed tomorrow, right? So this is the knowledge to learn and to pass on to that next generation. Just for, and again, maybe your kids you got a brilliant kid that wants to go do this or do that and make a ton. Great. I wish them nothing but the best. But this should then be some passive income for them, right? This can be, I think everybody under the age of 20 should be learning how to trade, which is why I like Amos at such a young age that has figured this out. I wish this kind of stuff had existed when I was in college. I know I would have gravitated towards it because as soon as it was accessible, I did. So take advantage of that time and teach your kids about this. And like I said, put a little money aside for them to work with in 10, 15, 20 years.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, when we talk about trading and investing are two different things, but they can work simultaneously with each other. You could have your account that you trade, and don't mix the two, by the way. Have your investment account separate from your trading account. But it's definitely nice that you can really dollar cost average into the market. The S&P 500 is something, to your point, Matt, you can just put in like you can just have $100 go into the SPY every single month, for the rest of, you don't even have kids yet, but you can just set that to the side, and it doesn't matter because you're thinking long term, right? So it's something that can be quite amazing to see grow over a span of 5, 10, 15 years, and you don't even have to look at it, right? But when you do, you're like, oh, I'm glad I did that. So it's great. But I think we're going to start winding down here, guys. I mean, there's not much that we can see in the charts here. We're still kind of squeezing in these areas. Again, we have these FOMC minutes coming out later, which I don't know, Matt, I don't know about you, but I don't really see much of a movement really coming out of that. But
we'll see, because it's not going to be right away, right? People are going to need to get into these minutes, because what people are going to be very interested to see. So we're most assuredly getting a rate cut of some kind in the next couple of meetings, because they want to do at least 2 rate cuts by the end of the year. We'll look at the Fed Watch tool tomorrow. I don't want to pull it up and get deep in the woods on this right now, but tomorrow is, I believe, or today is 3 weeks to the meeting. Usually about 2 weeks out is when that stuff starts to move a little bit. But I'll be curious the odds are on a rate cut in July, because like I said, if Trump keeps revving up his attacks on the on Chairman Powell, it'll be curious to see if the markets interpret that as him wanting to attempt to take some action there, right? Whether appoint a shadow head of the Fed, try to fire Powell for whatever he can't, et cetera, right? So I'll be curious to see how many people were in favor of a rate cut. Like, what was the vote there, right? I mean, if it was unanimous that there was no rate cut, we're probably not going to see one at the end of July. So again, I don't know that it's going to be a huge market mover, but you never know. The market has reacted very weirdly to some minor news here or there. But again, it's all about the tariffs. This has been for most of the last 90 days or so. At some point, we hope to have a long, one day look back at a long history on this show. So hopefully at some point we will look back and say, hey, remember when the tariff stuff was going crazy?
Remember back in my day when we saw
back in my day, I'll tell you what, Trump and them tariffs is just, we go up, we go down, we go sideways, nobody know what the fuck we're doing.
And then we just ended up at the Cracker Barrel. And
it's a good day when you end up at the Cracker Barrel, I'll tell you what.
Oh man, I still need to try it. I'll try it eventually.
Yes. If we can convince Brett to have the Tradeify TV meetup, which there is no Tradeify TV meetup right now, but we're going to push for it, guys. To do, we got to try to do it in Chicago, because I think that'd be awesome to do the city, especially in the you don't want to do it in the winter, but in the fall or the spring or the summer, and yes, we will make sure that you get to a Cracker Barrel.
We'll have the trade up meetup at the Cracker Barrel.
Well, that might not be exactly the brand alignment that we're trying for here.
Free fried chicken for everyone.
There's 100 great steakhouses in Chicago that would more appropriately, I think, convey the Tradeify brand.
That'll be like the starter, and then we'll eventually move somewhere else.
Don't get me wrong. There's some other prop firms out there who would be very much on brand, having their probably some of them aren't broadcasting their shows from Cracker Barrel, but I'll leave that alone. But yeah, guys, so I think it is time to wind down another episode of Tradeify TV. Nick already said his goodbyes. But you know, I guess I'm wearing a white tee, so I can take over for Nick and literally say as many goodbyes as possible.
Yes.
So I'll work on my Nick later. He's not gone enough for me to work on that on my impression of him, but we hope his date is going well. So he had a reservation at some really high end place. He didn't tell you, so I'm gonna spoil it for you guys. Some really high end place that he had to make like 3 months in advance, and so
Yeah.
like, before we were even hired on here, he had made this reservation. So
It's like, I got to take this time off
yeah,
on this day.
we'll allow it. We'll allow it.
So hopefully he's enjoying some good eats. But yeah, you know what? Let's change it up today. I'm gonna start off. I'm gonna start off and close this out here. So you know what, guys? We really appreciate you guys sticking on with us today. We had an amazing guest today. And if you guys are just joining right now, hopefully you can go back and look at that. But we had some great trades today. We just had an awesome talk. So we hope you guys enjoyed it. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to this channel, like this channel, and yeah, we'll go from there. We're almost at that 15K, and we have something going on for you guys at 15K when we get there. So make sure that you hit that subscribe button. And as always, guys, make sure that you are practicing gratitude. Make sure that you take your hot girl walks and drink your matchas and do all the good things for yourself, because there is more to trading than just making money. So I will pass it on to Matt. I know this is kind of a weird little mix here, but
though that's a little
yeah, I'll leave that part out. I'll leave that part out for today.
yeah, you know, because like I said, it didn't quite work when Nick said it, and I'm not gonna say hug a stranger, guys.
Like maybe not.
Yeah, that's a little coming from us.
We don't see him on the stream tomorrow. There's a reason.
Right. All right, guys. Well, thank you for tuning into another edition of Tradeify TV. So we will be back tomorrow. We have actually a full week this week, no holidays, so we're looking forward to that. So we'll be back tomorrow with all of the wonderful segments that you guys are used to. And I can tell you guys after our big meeting yesterday too, there's a lot of fun things coming, not only for Tradeify TV, but for Tradeify in general. You're just going to have to stay tuned to that. But within the next couple of months, there's going to be, I mean, the path to number one for Tradeify and Tradeify TV is in sight now. It ain't gonna happen overnight, right? We that's why we want to provide the best entertainment and educational, so edutainment, as they say in the business, for you guys each and every day. But for you almost 15,000 that have subscribed, we cannot thank you enough. We're gonna keep trying to earn your views on a day-to-day basis. So thanks again, everybody, for watching. Have a great rest of your day, and we will see you tomorrow on Tradeify TV.
Bye, y'all.